Didn't pay the bill again. All right. Welcome to Rialto Unified School District, regular meeting of the Board of Education for April 8th, 2026. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting, should contact the superintendent or designee in writing. It is 5:30 and we are called to order. We are in open session and about to move into closed session. A motion and a second.
Second.
Thank you. As provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting. Public employee employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees per Government Code Section 54957. Student expulsions, reinstatements, and expulsion enrollments. Conference with labor negotiators. Agency designated representatives Alejandro Alvarez, Superintendent, and Denise Ellis, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources. Employee organizations. California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, CSEA. Rialto Education Association, REA. Teamsters Local 986, and Communication Workers of America, CWA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Delta and/or Delta 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claims, 1. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D as in Delta of Section 54956.9. San Bernardino Superior Court, case number CIV as in Victor, SB as in Bravo, 2228926. Comments on closed session agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the closed session will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. Alvarez? All right, thank you. All right, board members, everyone at once.
Aye.
Time is 5:32. Welcome back. We're in adjournment of closed session. Motion and a second, please.
Second.
So moved.
Thank you. I feel your pain. That's me too.
Sorry,
It's all
coffee hasn't
right.
kicked in yet.
Welcome to my world. Okay. All board members, aye,
Aye.
Aye.
7 PM. Okay, open session reconvened at 7. Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me tonight in welcoming Casey Elementary School 5th grade student Camden Mabone, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Camden? Mr. Mabone, ready when you are.
Everyone, please stand up. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Okay, that was a great job. It's my pleasure to introduce the Casey Cougar Scholars, our first ASB club, as they present 3 C's, Casey, Cougars, and Culture. This evening, they will be performing 2 of their new original school songs, created in July 2025, Cougar Roll Call and Somos, We Are, Casey. Take it away, Casey Cougars.
The elementary, Cougars in the house. Rialto, stand up. We don't walk, we glide. Cougars in the yard, yeah, we doing it right. Books in the bag, and the future look bright. Green and gold when we step inside. We the pride of the city every day, every night. It's the CASCY where the young ones shine. Cougars moving different, got a brilliant mind. Teachers show love and the hall stay clean. We respect all people, yeah, we run this scene. From the classroom vibe to the recess swing. We the kings and queens of the learning ring. No drama, no mess, we just build and grow. And if you didn't know, now you know, let's go. Cougars in the yard, yeah, we doing it right. Books in the bag and the future look bright. Green and gold when we step inside. We the pride of the city every day, every night. We stay cruising down the Casey halls. Every Cougar stand tall, never taking a fall. We got goals, we got grace, we got dreams to chase. We leave kindness and courage in every space. This ain't luck, it's hustling hard and it's coloring, playing a part. So when they ask what's the best, let it read. Casey Cougars, we do our thing. We don't quit, we don't fold. Cougar pride, too strong, too bold. We don't quit, we don't fold. Cougar pride, too strong, too bold.
One, two, three. Shout it, let's hear it. Cougar, show your spirit. Shout it, let's hear it. Cougar, show your spirit. Shout it,
Somos casi. Llego a la escuela con ilusión. Aprendo y cuido con el corazón. Somos KCC, Señor, con respeto y con amor. Verde y oro, vamos ya, esta es nuestra identidad. Ayudo a otros, soy un buen ser. Doy mi esfuerzo, quiero crecer. Somos KCC, Señor, con respeto y con amor. Verde y oro, vamos ya, esta es nuestra identidad. Somos casi y brillamos más. Llego a la escuela con ilusión, aprendo y cuido con el corazón. Somos KCC, Señor, con respeto y con amor. Verde y oro, vamos ya, esta es nuestra identidad. Somos KC y brillamos más.
We can exit back out.
Lasty, start. Lasty, start.
When I say let's go, you say Casey. Let's go. Casey! Let's go. Casey! Let's go.
Thank you, you too. Yeah, parents, if you want to take a picture.
Parents, if you want to take a picture now, Casey parents?
That was cute.
Hey, Dr. Alvarez, report out of closed session, please.
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. And adoption of the agenda, we do have a change. If I can find it. There we are. Report out before adoption of the agenda. Prior to the adoption of the agenda, the following items will be corrected as follows. Item E 2.2, ratify the approval of an overnight trip to First Campus Tours, Carter High School. Ratify the registration fees and lodging, cross out, and transportation, remove and transportation for 26 Alpha Scholar junior students, 12 males and 14 females, from the Carter High School Alpha Scholar Program, and 4 adult chaperones, 2 males and 2 females, to attend the Alpha Scholar Junior Northern California College Tour trip, effective May 20th, 2026 through May 22nd, 2026, at a cost not to exceed $26,000 and to be paid through the general fund. Item E 2.3, approve same-day trip for Rialto USD families to University of California, San Diego. It should read University of California, San Diego, rather than State University. Cross that out. Approve the registration fees, transportation, and meals for 34 parents, guardians, 1 to 33 children or students, and 5 staff members to attend a same-day trip to University of California, San Diego, removing State University, effective April 17th, 2026, at a cost not to exceed $8,600 and to be paid from the Kaiser Permanente Thriving Schools grant. And that's all the changes to the agenda. Thank you, Kaiser. And motion and a second to adopt the agenda, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. And all at once, please.
Aye.
Okay, B, presentations. Middle School District Student Advisory Committee. Ms. Gonzalez.
Lorenzo Abello, Jehu Middle School.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Martinez, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and viewing audience. I am Lorenzo Abello representing Jehu Middle School, and right here next to me is Annalise Sanchez, our ASB president. On March 3rd, our ASB team took a walk down to Garcia Elementary School where we read to some amazing elementary school classes for Read Across America. They seemed to enjoy the stories, and they were really excited to see some of us dressed up as Cat in the Hat, Thing 1, and Thing 2. It was fun visiting the elementary campus, interacting with the younger kids. And okay, yes, we might have had a little fun at the playground. For me personally, it was truly fun seeing my old school and seeing how it has changed. Not gonna lie, I love being a Jaguar, but to be a Grizzly again. On March 4th, we had our annual open house, complete with fun activities, video games, and 3 food trucks. I know, right? It was a blast. We saw some familiar faces from prior years. Our parents connected with our teachers at the different department stations in the quad. That was a nail biter. We grabbed on tacos, Kona ice, and funnel cake, but not all at the same time. Okay, maybe all at the same time. But hey, we gotta eat. I have to say it was an enjoyable evening for all. On March 12th, we welcomed our incoming 6th graders at our 6th grade orientation. It was awesome seeing our elementary schools arrive with new students and helping our future Jaguars explore their new home here at JU. On St. Patrick's Day, we represented our inner Irish with a Caught Being Good Day. Our web program sponsored the passing out of special paw coins for anyone who demonstrated their being responsible, respectful, and safe. These coins gave our Jaguars the gift of time when they were given a special chance to hang out with their friends, play games, and eat snacks. And just be social. Who doesn't appreciate a little bit of gold? Spring sports season started last week, and our boys and girls soccer teams brought home the win in the first game. Earlier today, we spotlighted them in our first spring pep rally and showed them we're rooting for them to bring home another championship trophy. Sadly, our wrestlers did not have a team yet last Wednesday, but that didn't stop them from wrestling one another and showing true sportsmanship on the mat. And they had their first real meet today, so hopefully all has something positive to report at our next board meeting. In the next 2 weeks, we will be celebrating our wrestling and track teams with their own separate pep rallies. 3 pep rallies in a row truly shows JU's determination to appreciate our athletes for always giving their all in these sports. In the past month, we celebrated our English language learners who we classified this year. We continue to recognize our Jaguars who achieve weekly perfect attendance and no tardies with weekly raffles. We're gearing up for our 8th grade activities in May. We just took our 8th grade panoramic photo last week, so hopefully that will play into some events. Check this out. Last Saturday, our amazing principal, Mr. Gray, gifted our Saturday school attendees with In-N-Out. How amazing is that? Makeup and absence and some In-N-Out? In and out. In and out. Because that's what Step Up should be all about. Finally, our teachers have been prepping their students to be ready for whatever hits them on the CAP State test this year. Some grade levels have already started this week. I'm telling you, we are not messing around. From testing centers to block scheduling, we're mixing it up to help our students. We are determined to achieve great results. Let's go!
Yes.
We are very grateful for our staff here at JU and all of you here tonight. Thank you for all the love and support we are given from our board and district. We hope you had a festive Easter with your family and that you enjoy the rest of your evening. As always, we out Jaguar style.
Bailey Rubin, Rialto Middle School.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Martinez, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, members of the Board of Education, and everyone watching. My name is Bailey Rubin, and I am the proud ASB President of Rialto Middle School, home of the Tigers. It's an honor to be here tonight representing such an energetic, spirited, and slightly sleep-deprived student body. But hey, we show up and we show out. The past month at Rialto Middle School has been full of excitement, connection, and a lot of school pride. Let's start with the two big wins, Open House and Career Day. Both events were extremely successful. Open House gave families a chance to see all the amazing things happening in our classrooms. And let's just say, students suddenly became very good at explaining their work when their parents were watching. Career Day was just as impactful. Students got to explore different careers, ask questions, and maybe even realize what they don't want to do in the future, which is just as important. We've also been building something really special through activities with our class and Werner special needs students. These experiences have been meaningful, fun, and a reminder that inclusion isn't just something we talk about, it's something we live every day on our campus. And of course, we cannot forget the Talkies concert. That event brought the energy, it was loud, it was fun, and I'm pretty sure it woke up everyone who was still tired from first period. It's something definitely was a student favorite. We've also taken time to recognize and celebrate important causes. For Autism Awareness Day, students wore blue to show support and spread awareness across campus. And for Down Syndrome Awareness Day, we got creative, crazy socks, mismatched socks, double socks, you name it. It was a fun way to celebrate individuality and remind everyone that different is something to be proud of. Looking ahead, we're excited to welcome our future Tigers. We hosted a sneak peek for incoming 6th graders from Simpson and Curtis, and we have one for Werner coming up, giving them a chance to explore campus and get a feel for middle school life. Don't worry, we promise it's not as scary as it seems. We're also planning a Rising Tigers dance just for them. While their parents are in the gym getting all the important information, the students will be having fun, meeting new friends, and getting their first taste of Tiger spirit. Because what better way to start middle school than with a dance? Overall, it's been an amazing time at Rialto Middle School. Our students continue to show enthusiasm, kindness, and school pride in everything they do, and we're just getting started. Also, a huge shout out to our boys and girls soccer team for dominating and winning their games against Casera today. Thank you again for your time and continued support of our school. Have a wonderful evening.
Eileen Gomez, Frisbee Middle School.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Martinez, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and viewing audience. My name is Eileen Gomez Reyes, an ASB representative from Frisbee Middle School, and I'm here with my supportive partner, Emily Perez, our ASB President. We are honored to represent all of our fellow Falcons. We hope you all had a wonderful spring break and Easter weekend. Things at Frisbee have been going smoothly, and although this school year is flying by, we still have so many events ahead of us. I'd like to start off with our open house block party, and let me tell you, it was an absolutely amazing, successful night. We featured math, science, English, and history informational booths that were incredibly helpful to our parents. We also featured many games, and activities, such as ring toss, fish games, and bouncy houses, to keep the children entertained while our Mariachi Falcons gave us a live performance. We even had Tommy's Burgers serve our Falcons who had earned a spot on, the second quarter honor roll. In addition, BSU hosted a talent show organized in the theme of celebrities, where many of our beloved staff members dressed as celebrities such as Bad Bunny and Drake. I'd say many of our students were very entertained. The students also got their chances to show off their outstanding talent, and they blew the crowd away. We definitely recommend everyone to join us next year. It was an amazing experience that also helped BSU cheerleaders and ASB fundraise. Then ASB had their fun run, dedicated to one of our star athletes, Leonardo Jimenez, who had came up with this idea not only to fundraise, but also so he can show his passion and dedication to the sport. We also hosted a junk food junkyard where our ASB and avid Falcons sold junk food in yard sale style. Last Monday, we had our Talkies concert during both lunches, where two amazing girls, Kiana Vey and Nickelodeon star Jaden Triplett, performed. They're around our age group and have gone on tour. they were inspiring to our Falcons. Additionally, our last week before spring break, we had a few Spirit Weeks hosted by ASB, Avid, and Yearbook. Some other past events included Avid and College and Careers field trips to Cal Poly Pomona and Knott's Berry Farm. Our clubs still have many fun upcoming events and field trips ahead of them as well. Fast forward to this quarter, I would also like to mention our upcoming events for our 8th graders who will soon be promoting. Starting off with our junior grad bash night, our 8th graders will be taking a field trip to Universal Studios to participate in an exciting, memorable experience to celebrate their 1 month away from promotion and high school. And coming up, we have our 8th grade dance where we'll celebrate and make unforgettable memories. One last thing for coming up for our 8th graders is our field day, where they will have the opportunity to be out in the sun, engaging with one another, and playing enjoyable games, making the last few days of their middle school years unforgettable and memorable. Also, some of our 7th graders will be taking a field trip to the zoo. We're also going to be taking a trip to the movies, rewarding our students for their fabulous already diagnostic scores. Our end of the year field trip will reward those students who had participated in PE throughout the school year, not only for participation, but behavior, attendance, and dressing out too. Lastly, our Falcons' next upcoming event is our Scholar Night that will be hosted on April 16th, where we will be celebrating our Scholar Falcons. Also, this upcoming month, we'll be having our future Falcons come visit us for a day, and we'll show them their future classes, how their future classes are going to look like. We're always proud of our Falcons for achieving anything and everything they can, and we don't plan on stopping anytime soon. We're very excited for our many future events to come. Thank you all for listening and giving me your time. And as always, Kaizen Falcons!
Samantha Gallegos, Kolb Middle School.
Good evening, Board President Martinez, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and viewing audience. My name is Samantha Gallegos, and I'm the proud ASB Ambassador of Kolb Middle School. And this is Olivia Benavides, our proud ASB President. Now that spring break is over, we are rested and ready for the big days to come. As CAS testing draws near, our students are mentally and physically preparing to push our scores even higher this year. Kolb is incredibly proud of our test scores, and we want to continue to show the district that we are the best. This week, we are going to turn up the volume and have a massive pep rally to pump up our student body and get them excited about showing them what they can do. We will have music, games, and prizes for everyone involved. For school spirit, we recently celebrated a very green, happy St. Patrick's Day, and we cheered our last day before spring break with anything but a backpack day. Our boys and girls basketball teams both made it to playoffs, and our soccer teams are off to a terrific start. Soon we will have track and field and wrestling as well. Coming up, we are celebrating the upcoming NBA playoffs with the basketball jersey day along with the 3-point contest at lunch. We will have other spirit days like Colorful Hat Day, Mean Day, and Backwards Day. It's going to be a lot of fun to dress up and show off our school spirit. Our awesome AVID programs have been very busy as well. They have gone to visit colleges during the last month. Our 6th and 7th graders' AVID classes both took trips to nearby Cal State San Bernardino to get a taste of college life and see the campus. Our LPAC students who have recently done a terrific job on the LPAC test have showed lots of improvement. We've rewarded them with the movie trip to the Renaissance Theater. Last Friday, we held our third quarter awards assembly for all 3 grade levels Kolb has. Kolb had 491 students who received an award for being at least a 3-point or higher, with 128 of those students being perfect 4.0. Finally, we would like to invite parents to our APAC meeting this Thursday at 5 p.m. in our library. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share these exciting things happening at Kolb. We are so proud for all the things we've already achieved and are excited to accomplish more. Thank you and have a great evening. Cougars always loud and proud.
Kira Monroy, Casera Middle School.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Martinez,
Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and viewing audience. I am Kira Monroy, ASB President, and beside me is Ava Gilfus, our Vice President, representing Cusera Middle School, and I am excited to share some of the amazing things happening on our campus. Last week, our sixth grade students, along with ASB and yearbook students, recently had the opportunity to attend Pirates in Their Adventure. This experience allows students to celebrate their hard work, strengthen friendships, and create long-lasting memories outside the classroom. It was a meaningful way to recognize student involvement and build a stronger sense of community. Our avid art and music students also had an exciting opportunity to attend a field trip at the Riverside Art Museum at the Cheech. This experience allowed their students to explore creativity in a real-world setting, gain inspiration, and see how their learning connects beyond the classroom. It was a powerful way to see students engaged, curious, and excited about the arts. Our Coyotes continue to show resilience and responsibility as they push themselves to succeed academically. This dedication is clearly reflected in our achievements. We are proud to celebrate over 500 students who earned honor roll for quarter 3. This is an incredible accomplishment and speaks for the true commitment of our students and they have to their education and to their future. We also saw an amazing level of school spirit and leadership with 130 students applying to be a part of ASB for the upcoming school year. This shows how much our students want to be involved and make a positive impact on our campus. I would like to congratulate the 66 students who were selected, and we are excited to see the leadership, creativity, and energy that they will bring to our school. Looking ahead, we have an exciting community event coming up this Friday, Cusera Night at the Ontario Reign. This is a great opportunity for students, families, and staff to come together and show our school spirit and represent Cusera beyond our campus. We're also excited for our upcoming CME trip. In just 2 weeks, a group of our 7th grade students will leave to Catalina Island, where they will participate in an outdoor learning experience, including snorkeling camp activities. This trip will challenge students to build confidence and create unforgettable memories and moments. Thank you for your continued support and our students for our school. Because of you, we are able to provide and empower and grow, connect, and succeed. Thank you, and always, Coyotes loud and proud.
Great job, everyone. I love hearing the reports from our students. Okay, we move on to B2, 2026-27 School Safety Plans. Presentation on the 2026-27 School Safety Plans by Gustavo Paez, Chief of Safety and Security, Dr. Carolyn Sweeney, Rialto High School Principal, Dr. Tina Lingenfelter, Kolb Middle School Principal, and Tammy Butler, Werner Elementary School Principal. Take it away.
All right. Good evening, President Martinez, board members, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, Cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Gus Paez, Chief of Safety for the district. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I will be presenting an overview of our school safety plans, including the legal requirements, key components, and the work taking place across our sites to support safe and prepared learning environments. Joining me in this presentation is Dr. Caroline Sweeney from Rialto High School, Dr. Tina Lingenfelter from Kolb Middle School, and Tammy Butler from Werner Elementary. Beginning with legal requirements, California Education Code requires each school to maintain a comprehensive, up-to-date safety plan. The purpose of the plan is to support a safe, prepared, and positive learning environment for students and staff. Key roles include site administrators, safety committees, staff, and parents, all working together to develop and implement the plan. Responsibilities include maintaining procedures, training staff, conducting drills, and reviewing and updating the plan. Finally, each plan is reviewed and formally adopted by the Board of Education. California Education Sections 32280 through 32289.5 guide our work in developing and maintaining comprehensive school safety plans across all K through 12 schools. These requirements help ensure that we are thoughtful, consistent, and proactive in creating safe learning environments. Each plan is designed to address several important areas. This includes having clear emergency response procedures in place for situations like natural disasters or campus incidents, as well as strategies that support the overall safety and well-being of both students and staff. The plans also outline our responsibilities for child abuse reporting, making sure that all staff understand their role as mandated reporters. In addition, they include suspension and expulsion policies that align with district guidance to promote fairness and consistency. Finally, a key component is our focus on bullying prevention and threat awareness, emphasizing early identification, support, and fostering a positive school climate. Altogether, these plans are a guideline yet flexible framework that helps sites create a safe environment for our students and staff. So the purpose of the plan. The purpose of the school safety plan is outlined in California Education Sections 32280 and 32281, is to ensure that every school is prepared to both prevent and respond effectively to a range of situations. This includes campus violence, medical emergencies, and natural or man-made disasters. The goal is to have clear and practical procedures in place so staff and students know how to respond quickly and safely. An important part of this work is regular practice. Schools are required to conduct drills and rehearse emergency procedures so that responses become familiar and effective in real situations. These drills include fire and earthquake drills. Most recently, the Safety Department initiated run, hide, and fight training in light of the swatting incidents that prompted lockdowns and shelters in place. Many staff at sites and departments were trained on the National Run, Hide, and Fight framework. The goal is to maximize safety by making quick decisions. Finally, collaboration is key. Safety plans are shared with our police and fire departments for review and feedback. Next is Dr. Sweeney from Rialto High School, who will speak on the development and planning of the safety plan at her site.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Martinez, members of the Rialto Unified School Board, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, Extended Cabinet, and our Rialto community. My name is Dr. Caroline Sweeney, and I am the proud principal of the Rialto High School. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the creation and implementation of our comprehensive school safety plan. As has been shared by Chief Paez, the comprehensive school safety plans cover many aspects of campus life, emergency response, and student and staff safety, to name a few. Because there are such varied pieces to a school safety plan, it facilitates the need to have a varied set of individuals create and review the plan to ensure that all lenses are used. That set of stakeholders is what we have named the Safety Committee. The Safety Committee consists of certificated staff, classified staff, administrators, parents, and students all sharing their voice to ensure that their constituency is heard and valued. At Rialto High School, but similarly to other high schools in the district, the process of creating any given safety plan begins with a review of the previous plan and the data that affirms or discredits whether or not the goals of the safety plan were met. Based on the prior year's data, we analyze whether or not trends that we believed would happen did, whether we were able to improve in areas such as suspension and why, and whether all of our legally mandated requirements have been met. Once that data has been analyzed and discussed, the development of the new safety plan begins. And where does it begin? With the goals. Goals can either be broad and overarching, such as our goal number 1, which is to implement this safety plan with fidelity, or could be very singular, as exemplified by our goal number 2, to be better trained and have more adequate supplies for a lockdown. Both goals were developed based on feedback from our stakeholders as to the focus our school should be taking. Because of this process, this is why not all school safety plans look the same. Eisenhower stakeholders may have some other portion of safety other than lockdown preparedness that is their focus and therefore one of their goals. Same with Carter or with Myler. Once the goals have been drafted, our safety plan is presented to our community at various parent meetings, such as the English Language Advisory Council. Once we either receive feedback and make adjustments or get affirmation that what we think our focus should be is agreed on by the community, the safety committee takes the safety plan to our school site council. At the secondary level, that council consists of 13 members that are different than the members of our safety committee. There are 3 classified staff, 3 certificated staff, 3 parents, 3 students, and the principal that make up the school site council. And it is this group of individuals that ultimately approves the plan. Although I have spent a fair amount of time discussing the creation of the safety plan and its goal, what has to be remembered is that a school is responsible for all pieces of the safety plan, not just tracking the goals. My safety plan mentions the need for layered safety, which includes a visitor management system called Lobby Guard, but in conjunction with controlled access through safety supervision. For general safety, we implement and train our community on the See Something, Say Something motto. We outline the type of wellness resources we have for our community and how they can access them, and we assess how well we see and curb bullying. Not all of these things are explicit in our goals, but they are in our plan. How do we ensure that the safety plan is implemented in the way it was intended? Through quarterly review and reviews after unplanned events. For example, we had an unplanned fire drill on Friday during lunch, which caused us to reconvene the safety committee on Monday, where we discussed the fact that our student population, although they had been told what to do in a previous drill, did not remember where their evacuation area was. Our recognition was seconded by a comment made at today's Coffee with the Principal, where a parent shared that her student was confused as to where to go as well. Because of this review, our safety committee is relooking at our trainings for unexpected events at inopportune times and could potentially have a goal in next year's plan regarding evacuations of large events, such as football games. The beauty of this document and our processes is that they ensure that what is important to our community is reflected while still ensuring compliance with the law. Thank you again for allowing me to share how Rialto High School creates their safety plan through transparency and inclusiveness. And now, Dr. Tina Ligenfelter.
Good evening, Board President Martinez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, cabinet, and viewing audience. My name is Dr. Tina Lingenfelter, and I'm the proud principal of Kolb Middle School. I'd like to briefly walk you through how Kolb Middle School and similarly the other middle schools within the district developed our comprehensive school safety plan and highlight a few features that make it both intentional and responsive to our school community. We began with our safety committee, a separate committee aside from the school site council, which includes administrators, teachers, classified staff, parents, and students. Together, we reviewed the previous plan, analyzed safety data, and identified key areas of need. This ensured our work was grounded in both experience and evidence. From there, we prioritized transparency and stakeholder engagement. We presented our process at a coffee with the principal alongside Chief Paez and invited parents to be part of the work. We also ensured that student voice was included, which is especially important at the middle school level. Using that input, we developed a draft plan and brought it to our 12-member school site council, comprised of the parents, students, teachers, non-classroom staff member, and the principal, for feedback and refinement. After revising the draft, we shared it with a community meeting to gather broader input and ensure alignment with the needs of our families. The plan was then brought back to the school site council for final review and formal approval. What makes Kolb's safety plan strong is how this process translates into clear, actionable systems. First, our plan is focused and data-driven with 2 primary goals. One, centered on student behavior and school climate, and the other, strengthening emergency preparedness and response systems. Second, we have implemented layered safety systems that support prevention and daily operations, including structured visitor management, controlled campus access, and clear expectations for identifying all adults on campus. Third, we have strengthened our organizational readiness during emergencies. Our plan clearly defines roles through an incident command structure supported by emergency binders and reporting systems. We also have a well-defined reunification process to ensure students are safely returned to families following an incident. Additionally, we emphasize active supervision and student accountability, ensuring consistent adult presence and monitoring throughout the school day. Most importantly, this plan is a living document guided by ongoing drills, data review, and continued stakeholder input. In closing, Kolb's comprehensive school safety plan reflects a thoughtful, collaborative approach that prioritizes both prevention and preparedness, ensuring a safe and supportive environment for all students and staff. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Principal Tammy Butler from Warner Elementary.
Good evening, Board President Martinez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, Cabinet, and the members of the community. My name is Tammy Butler, and I'm the proud principal of Warner Elementary. Thank you for the opportunity to present about the development of our school's comprehensive safety plan. Our goal in developing this plan has been clear: to ensure that every student, staff member, and visitor feels safe, feels safe, supported, and maintains a true sense of belonging on our campus. This plan was developed through a collaborative and inclusive process. Our site safety team, made up of certificated staff, classified staff, and parents, worked together to review current practices, data, and then identified areas for growth. In addition, we actively sought input from our key stakeholder groups, including our African American Parent Advisory Council, our English Learner Advisory Council, classified and certificated staff, and from parents at our Coffee with the Principal meetings. To incorporate student voice at the elementary, we also analyzed the data collected from our student surveys that measure students' sense of belonging and school climate. This collective input ensures that our plan reflects the diverse voices and needs of our school community. The plan was then brought forward for final approval by our school site council, which is made up of teachers, classified staff, parents, and site administration. There are several important highlights that I would like to share with you. First, our site goals focus on strengthening emergency preparedness and reducing safety incidents. We recognize that safety is not only about responding to emergencies, but also about creating an environment where students feel secure, connected, and ready to learn. A big part of this is maintaining active supervision and providing engaging instruction during each school day. In addition, we conduct multiple safety drills with staff and students, and we also partnered with the safety department during the Great Shakeout this year to hold a comprehensive drill to further strengthen our preparedness in the event of an actual emergency. Second, we're implementing a layered approach to safety. This includes improvements to our visitor management system to ensure that we are closely monitoring who is on campus at all times. In addition, with our large population of special needs students, we are prioritizing inclusion in our safety plan to account for the diverse needs of all of our students, ensuring that every child is prepared and supported during emergency situations. Our systems are further strengthened through our incident command system, our emergency binder systems, as well as a structured reunification process where students and parents can be safely reunited in the event of an emergency. Finally, we understand that safety and school climate are deeply connected. As part of this plan, we are continuing to focus on improving student attendance and fostering a positive school climate. When students feel safe and valued, they're more likely to attend school regularly and engage in learning. In closing, the safety plan represents not just compliance, but commitment, a commitment to continuous improvement, collaboration, and the well-being of every member of our school community. Thank you for your time and your continued support of our students and school. And I will turn it back to Chief Bice.
Okay, so responsibilities. At the district level, the Chief of Safety oversees compliance with state requirements, provides guidance and training to sites and coordinates with local agencies to ensure alignment and preparedness. For the development of the 2026-2027 safety plans, representatives from Campus Safety Group met with site administration to go over the template. In addition, the Safety Department had 3 virtual sessions with site administrators to go over the new mandates and to answer any questions. For example, for the 2026-2027, one of the mandates is Senate Bill 98, California SAFE Act, which requires K through 12 schools to notify students and staff that immigration enforcement agents are confirmed on campus. At each school site, principals are responsible for implementing the plan on a day-to-day basis. This includes conducting regular drills, monitoring safety practices, and leading site safety committees. And lastly, under California Education Code Section 32288, each school safety plan must be reviewed and adopted in a public and transparent process. This includes presentation at a public meeting with involvement from the school site council and proper documentation through agendas and meeting minutes. Additionally, each school site council is required to review and adopt the plan annually by March 1st, and Board Policy 0450 states the plans must be adopted by the board. Thank you for your continued support for school safety. That concludes the presentation, and I invite your questions or input. Thank you.
Board, questions? Please.
First of all, thank you for, this has been the best uniform type of safety plan that we've seen throughout all the different schools. So that is great. You did also identify the drills that you've had, and you were able to do the SWOT analysis to strengthen a weakness. So that's the first layer of bread for the sandwich. Now for the meat. You know, with the size of our schools, it's a little disheartening that we only have like one parent signature on the form. Rialto High had no parent to sign their form. So if you have, 500 students, we should at least have 5 or 6 parents. I know you say broad these councils and day packs or all these different community parents, ambassadors, they should sign off on there. You should have at least 5 or 6, and the students should be part that sign on this committee, because safety is our priority. The other thing is there's no budget. So when there's no budget, are you really concerned? You know, the money follows action, and there was corrective action that was required, and so it should be a budget. Either purchase this supply or purchase that or have classroom. They were identified in the plan, but it wasn't aligned. And on all 3 of I just went through the ones that you presented tonight, and I looked through the other ones, but the budget is no budget. It's just we will go to the general funds. So if you really met with the parents and the students in your task force and you have a corrective action, this should cost, even an in-service time, this is going to cost my teachers, I have to budget this time.
Okay.
And equipment and radios. And then the volunteer hours. This is a great area for our ambassadors to be part of these drills, to have their little jacket on, how can I help, to volunteer throughout safeties, either checking for the principals to incorporate how they can utilize. But you know, working with our police department, safety, this has been the best presentation and comprehensive plan that I've seen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
So I do agree with Dr. Lewis that this has been the most uniformed presentation that we had in regards to safety. So thank you so much for the efforts and the hard work and planning. That I know it takes time to do all of that. So thank you for that. Now, once we get more boots on the ground, we get more concrete, we start growing it, we start implementing. As that's one of the biggest thing is we can talk all day, but we got to implement. So my question is basically, are we going to have these these implementations online so parents can see it? Is it going to be provided in Spanish? Is it going to be, are we going to include more parents? If we're not having that many volunteers and we want parents to be inclusive and be involved in our schools, how are we going to bring more parents in? How are we going to be by sending reminders? Are we going to be doing drills at home? Are we going, not at home, but like, are we going to be having, like, we have STEM nights, or can we have a safety night? Can we have those things to be more inclusive, to bring them in as an idea for volunteers, and that would draw in more of the parents into having volunteers, like the CERT, kind of like train them and become Rialto safety volunteers or something like that along those lines. So that was just my biggest thing, is how are we going to share this and have parents more involved?
So multi-tiered question.
Yes.
I'll try to answer as
What
all of them.
What do you expect?
I may defer to the principals for the parent engagement. The question that you first asked about, I believe, if I understood it correctly, is putting the safety plans online.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't do that for a variety of reasons. The safety plans do hold confidential information that cannot be released to the general public. They have a lot of tactical information that is privy to our public safety partners, and we don't want that information because it does disclose
Well, let me clarify. More of like, okay, what do you do in an earthquake, or what do you do in a fire? Like things like that,
Yes.
How
So
to involve,
that
not the safety plan of what the school is, and nothing like that. Let's clarify.
Okay.
We don't want to know we don't want people to know how to get in through the back.
Correct.
Sure,
Correct.
sure, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So thank you for that, for clarifying that. Yes, so the safety plan can be accessed at a school site. Each school site is instructed to have a copy of the plan with the tactical information that has been redacted. And it's open to the public. Anyone who goes into a site can ask for it, and they have privy to look at it. I know last year there was a parent who approached the site and had a lot of questions. I engaged with the parent and the site to educate them in the safety plan. Parent involvement, I recognize the gaps, and I hear the board that working with the FACE department and then working with the principals and doing some community outreach to bring those parents into those meetings would further support the safety plan and the vision, because their input is valuable, not only internal but also external, because their input is valuable in the sense that we value their vision of safety and then including that in the safety plan. And more
Yes.
questions?
Yes.
All good? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. Because sometimes the folks that are giving input on a lot of these safety plans, those are the parents of the most involved students. And when you're involved in a lot of things, you tend to not have the same kind of school experience as some of the students that are less involved. So it is very important that we do our best to get the input of those parents that we may not see at all of the events. And I don't know if that's survey, but you mentioned reaching out to FACE to help with some of that. And I don't know, what other ways that can be done, but we got some really smart people in the district that could figure it out. Also, just want to reiterate how important it is to leverage our community partners and the local resources that we have and people with expertise, because I saw like some of our some of the folks that were in on the creating the plan may not have the level of expertise that is needed for some of the issues that we face. And so just want to make sure that we are definitely tackling the most hard issues within each of these school sites, and that we're really tackling the problems and, like my colleague said, implementing the solutions.
But the students are there, so we can include them.
Yes.
They're at the sites.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
Have anything, Vice President?
No, I just want, that's a hard act to follow right there. These women are tough right here. But I think many people, just share concerns
That's
when it
good.
comes to safety. Sometimes people want to know everything. Parents want to know, what's going on, how come I haven't got a call? So I just think maintaining communication is important, for the school sites, for the district to remind parents and the community that in case of an emergency, there's plans in place, and the first thing's not going to be to call them at work, come pick up their kids. First thing's going to make sure that the schools are safe, that the kids are safe, and then then we'll reach out to them. We've had some instances in the past where parents just start showing up. It's like the next thing you think, SWAT is showing up, and parents are getting angry, and luckily there hasn't been any tragedies in this community, and God forbid we ever do have one. But it's scary for parents and for students to think about tragedies that have happened at other schools, and when something scary happens and people start seeing, SWAT vehicles, and people start thinking the worst. I think communicating to them that, hey, look, we have plans in place. If you want to know more about the safety plan, check with your school site. They can reach out to you or other people, as opposed to them just having to just guess, or they don't know where they can find out more, or just reassure them that, look, we're going to take care of the school site and the kids, and then we'll reach out and let you know, everything's all right. So I want to give kudos to our communications team, because they do a pretty good job at sending out notices, or messages to the parents. And the school sites sometimes, they get overwhelmed because parents start showing up and they want to jump fences and they want to go in and grab their kid, and no one's going to stop them. And we're trying to deal with one situation, and we don't need other things that are created. So I just think communication from the school side and from the district to the parents and to the community is important, to let them know, we got this. We got a good relationship with the local law enforcement, with the two agencies. We're going to do what we have to do to keep our schools safe. But awesome presentation. Thank you guys, all the principals. Thank you guys for coming and presenting. Thank you.
Yeah. And safety is environmental. Sometimes the freeway closed and the parents can't get there, and it's a safety issue because you can't pick up your kids. So it's not always the tragedy. Sometimes it's when you think of our safety committee, the safety committee, when we read through it, it was all those health emergency, freeway closure, they can't get, you have 400 kids that's not being picked up, that's a safety, and they had plans for evacuation or stay put and things like that, line of communication. So that was good to see in there.
Dr. Alvarez, 2 superintendents back, I started communicating on communications to our parents, to the public. Because if we don't communicate, what we found is the students will communicate, and they will communicate, oh, there's an active shooter, there's this, I don't know what's going on, but there's cops showing up. And it may have just been something very minor, but everyone's in a panic. So please review the sterile cockpit rule. Basically, it's more important to land the plane safely than to answer your questions right now. Once we're on the ground, answer all questions. It gives a streamlined way to answer. For some of your simulations on campus, whether it's the earthquake sims, volunteers from CERT, from the PD and fire recruits, or the volunteers, excellent source. Our parents, the last one that was large and, in my opinion, we had a failure on the campus. Nothing bad happened, but all the things I mentioned, parents showing up, everyone showing up. Mr. Montez, Vice President Montez also mentioned that all these things were assumed were going on, and it was just a failure to communicate in a timely manner. So I suggest we look at something like the receptionist contact communications. And they put something on the web. They send out an all call to the parents. There's an issue going on. Look at our website in 15 minutes. We'll give you an update. What updates every half hour or every hour? Something like that would prevent possibly 10%, 20% of the people panicking, leaving work in LA, trying to get here. I'll send you a plan if I can find my plan again. And other than that, I think you guys are doing a great job on campus. You guys, thank you.
Board President, if I may, just a couple of comments, just some things that were pointed out. We're definitely look at call it the sterile cockpit rule. And so one of the things that the chief and I had worked on, given all the recent SWAT activity, is really something you talked about, I think all of you, is the communication. So we actually put in, I think it was the first 15 minutes of what to do, and it breaks down by a couple of minutes, just, obviously clear the site. And within there is also about how long before communication goes out to the parents, so they're not, getting calls from their children or text messages, so that we respond as quickly as possible. Obviously, the first thing on our list is not call the parents. We have to look at secure the campus, right? but within the first 3 minutes, I think within the first 3 minutes, if you want to talk a little bit about that, Chief.
Yes, so as a result of the swatting incidents, the multiple that we've had that impacted our schools, we developed a notification process, and working with the CMS team and training our principals, the protocol is that when the incident occurs, we have to make sure that our students and staff are safe. The first notification through Parent Square should be sent out within 5 minutes of the incident,
Great.
if possible, right? Because the principal may not be able to send that Parent Square notification. By that time, I arrive on scene, depending on the situation, our public safety partners are there, we're assessing, because it is a fluid situation.
Correct.
At the 30-minute mark, that second notification will be sent by the principal. So all principals were trained, and they do know the process.
Yes, everyone should have a job and know how to do it. Just little bite. Stop the phone incoming, put a message out. Please review the website in 5 minutes. That way, everyone's working, but they're not doing this. Because it's more important to save lives, to save, buildings, than it is to answer a phone 30 times in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that test drill. So you announce our Great American Rialto Shakeout drill. Drill and see how it works. You have to practice it to get it right.
Chief
And
Pius,
just
just for
wanted-
clarification, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just one additional comment. I think, make sure we're clear that the chief did mention, I think one of the requests was having professionals kind of look at this. There is a process where the local police and local fire department do review each one of the plans as well.
Yes.
It's submitted to them for review and suggestions and any input as well. So we do have that layer of experts who actually review it as part of the process before finalizing.
Rather than recreate the wheel, the night you were introduced to the board and the community, I asked you about NIMS and SIMS. FEMA has all that figured out, and they have NIMS and SIMS. Module 100 and 700 would apply to us. So look at that instead of recreating the wheel.
The experts that review the plans, they also do walkthroughs, right, at some point in time?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
The,
question?
the experts that review the plans, they also do walkthroughs at some point in time?
Yes. So the walkthroughs are essentially every day, because the SROs are on site. And so I would identify them as the experts. And in communication with the safety department, they identify vulnerabilities. And so we talk every day.
Okay.
So yeah, they are the experts.
Okay.
Along with our safety team that communicate with us, anything that we can, exposure or vulnerabilities.
Okay.
Chief Pius, I
Yes.
just want clarification. You said it's 5 minutes from the occurrence of the incident, if possible, and then 30 minutes from that, and then it's 30 minutes, every 30 minutes until the end of it, or?
Yes.
Okay,
So first message within 5 parent square.
if possible.
If possible, because just like Mr. Montes said, nothing tragic has happened, but there may be an event where the principal may not be able to
Correct.
forward that message. And then 30 minutes, and then after that 30 minutes, because we're constantly, it's a fluid situation, we're assessing, and that may change.
Okay, and then, okay, so 30 minutes until the end of the situation.
Yes.
Until it's been determined over and clear.
Yes.
And thank you for having your school nurses on these safety teams, because the medical emergency occur more frequently than the other ones. It's like if that between the students, staff, and teachers. And so it's nice to have those lens and be a part of that. That was really good addition to most of the safety plans that I read.
It's nice to know we're protected, everything from a bloody nose to a major incident.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
You had more?
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure, and I don't think this is an issue with our new super or anything like that, but I wanted to just make it clear that and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn for my colleagues, but I want to make sure you guys feel supported, our principals feel supported, and like you guys can speak up for the resources that you need to keep our campuses safe.
No empty budget, AKA, that's what she said.
It's
Fill in
not
the blank. No
a
blank.
plan, at least to have a plan to implement the things that you believe that are necessary
Everyone
to keep
still
us safe.
have their emergency canister, the bucket?
And
Okay.
I'm gonna-
When's the last time it got checked?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good job.
We just distributed them within the last 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, they all got fresh supplies.
I'm impressed.
What's in them?
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to comments. Public comments not on the agenda. At this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. Alvarez?
First, we have William Lagos.
Good evening, Board, President Martinez, Dr. Alvarez, audience. So my son is a student at Fitzgerald Elementary, and I do think it's heartbreaking that we have a wall dedicated to autism awareness here. My son is autistic, and he's in the district, and he's been failed severely by the district, actually. In December of 2025, my son was given an AAC device by the school district. They were not allowing us to take his home device to the school. It was towards the end of the year, so I kind of waited until January to coordinate with the school. We simply wanted to get the home device synced with the device at school, so he was using the same device on both sides. In January, I saw the old speech therapist. I asked her if we could have a meeting to discuss getting this done. She said she was no longer his speech therapist. She would try and get me in with the new one. I'm at the school quite often. I saw her multiple times and asked for this. I went to the office multiple times. I asked for a call back from speech services, from the principal, from many different people. Finally, on February 11th, I got an email from the old speech person saying, sorry it took so long. She CC'd the new speech therapist. February 26th, I actually asked for a follow-up, and on the 27th, she said, sorry, she's on maternity leave. She'll figure out what's going on with that. To this day, I still haven't gotten a follow-up from her. On March 10th, I called the school again. I finally got the school special services person, whose answer, by the way, was we don't currently have a SLP. She's on maternity leave. I asked when there would be someone that could answer me to set up this meeting, and his answer was the district hasn't given me an answer. I asked, will we get one? What's the plan for that? He told me that he'll try and call today, I asked, will I get a follow-up? He told me I can call him at the end of the week. On March 11th, I called the district and was fortunate enough that Jonathan Abbas actually called me back the same day and actually himself went to Ryder's school and put the device in his backpack so we could get it at home. I wish that was the end of the story. What ended up happening next was the device that I received had all communication buttons removed. My son was walking around from school with no way to speak to anyone for 2 months, 3 months almost. I actually emailed Dr. Alvarez earlier this month, or in March. He responded next day. Dr. Scott responded 2 times on the 21st and then didn't respond again till yesterday. My son's IEP meeting was supposed to be today. I was assured someone from the district would be there, but because the district didn't respond to me again, I had to push back the meeting. I did get a response yesterday that they would coordinate someone to be there, which they have since now. But I hope that the school or you guys are actually able to review any other students getting speech services from the school, because I would hate for any students to be walking around with an empty device because their parents aren't as involved as myself.
Agreed.
So thank you guys for your
Thank you. You did the right thing. You can always contact any of the board members or the superintendent's office, and he or his designee would contact you or the parents.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Promise Allen. Promise Allen.
What a great name.
Good afternoon, Rialto board members, board president, and the superintendent. We are students of the Blue Educational Foundation's Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Student Leadership Training, a training created to empower students with the inspiration and tools to develop their leadership skills while engaging in activities that support college access and success, leadership development, and character building with the intent that we return to serve in our schools and communities. The reason I am here this evening is to say thank you to the Rialto School Board for sponsoring me and 19 of my peers to attend last summer's leadership camp at California State University, Long Beach. I am here to share my experience from the camp and ultimately to identify reasons why this is a great opportunity and investment for this district and our students. My name is Danny George, and I am a senior at Rialto High School. I'm speaking at this podium today because I want to express my love for the Blue Educational Foundation Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp. This past summer marked my second year attending the camp, and my first year was in 2023, where we visited UC Santa Barbara, which makes me sad about the possibility of not attending more camps in the future. On our most recent trip, we spent the week at Cal State Long Beach and had a series of activities and workshops that explored identity, leadership development, college and career access, and more. We also got the college experience by staying in the dorms and eating in the cafeteria. One of my favorite experiences was when we had an open circle dedicated to talking about Black love and the dynamics that comes with it. We explored different types of love: romantic, communal, familial, platonic, and self-love. We discussed how each love shapes us as Black youth growing in our womanhood and manhood. This group discussion was extremely important to me because it made a space for scenarios and conversations that my peers and I have experienced on a cultural level. To a naked eye, this conversation may seem divided, but when you take a closer look, you will be able to see the connection Blue brought to the youth across the Inland Empire to share their thoughts and perspectives on different subjects. This resulted in bringing us together and became more connected to each other than we arrived. This experience will be good for future participants because it also helped develop our social skills, and now I have lifelong friends. Blue has had a huge impact in my life when it comes to taking initiative and being a leader. Me speaking in front of you all right now and in past school boards for the third year proves that the work Blue has invested into its youth is providing real growth and working. Please continue to partner, sponsor, and believe in Blue Educational Foundation and the Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters leadership programming. I can't wait to see what they have in store for next year's kids.
Can I have your name? Because we have all your cards, so just whoever's next, that's fine. Just give me your name.
Oh, my name is Haley Moses Johnson.
Okay. Haley Moses Johnson.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Rialto Unified School Board. I hope you're all doing well on this lovely Wednesday today. My name is Haley Moses Johnson. I'm currently a junior at Carter High School. I'm here to express my appreciation for the opportunity to have attended the Soul Brother and Soul Sister Leadership Camp of the summer of 2025. Some of my biggest takeaways from the leadership camp were experiencing what it's like to live on a college campus, developing strong problem-solving skills, and being able to build meaningful connections with the Blue mentors and also students there who I now call my Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters. This experience allowed me not to only grow as a student, but as a person. Through the workshops, I was able to step out of my comfort zone, take on leadership roles, and be able to gain confidence in myself. There were moments where I had to step up and advocate not only for myself, but for students around me who couldn't do it for themselves. Also, it just made me realize how important Blue Foundation is to students like me because it allows me to be able to make a change in other students. Since attending the camp, I've been more confident in public speaking, taking initiative, and being a leader in my school and community. I'm currently the BSC president at Carter. This program didn't just impact me today, but it impacted me. I'm sorry, it didn't just impact me during the summer, but it impacted me till today. Like every day I use this in my life. Opportunities like this are important because they give students a chance to grow, they give students a chance to find their voices, and they give students chances to find their full potential. By supporting programs like this, the district helps students become more confident leaders who contribute positively to our schools and communities. Thank you once again, Rialto Unified School Board and Blue for investing in my life. And also, I hope other students around the Inland Empire are able to experience this camp and go through what I go through. God bless everyone, and thank you for listening.
Promise Allen.
Okay.
Yep. Good
What's your name?
evening. Oh, can I go?
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Good evening, Rialto School Board members. My name is Promise Allen. I'm a senior at Carter High School. Last summer, I had one of the most positive experiences of my life at Blue Educational Foundation Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp. I walked in not knowing what to expect, but I left with confidence, new friendships, and a stronger sense of who I am. Every day, I connect with people who share their stories, support each other, and push each other to grow. I learned how to speak up, listen better, and work as a team. For example, this past Saturday, Blue had its mental health kickback, which ultimately let me obtain my civil seal of engagement. This process taught me how beneficial consistency is and also taught me what it looks like to give back to my local community. Blue mentors showed me what leadership looks like through action and not just words. They believed in me even when I doubted myself at times. That camp gave me a safe space to be myself and improve at the same time. It helped me see my value and reminded me that I'm not alone, and that experience still impacts me how I carry myself to this day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanea. Good evening, members of the Rialto Unified School Board, respected staff, and community members. My name is Tanea Ho, and I'm a junior at Carter High School. I would like to begin by sincerely thanking the board and the wonderful Blue staff and everyone involved for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and for continued support of programs like the Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp. One of the most meaningful experiences I had during the camp was learning the importance of vulnerability and authentic connection. Through group discussions, I shared experiences, I realized that leadership is not just about leading others, but about listening, understanding, and being willing to grow. The camp created a space where I felt supported, heard, and encouraged me to speak up and lead with confidence. This experience had a powerful impact on my personal growth and leadership development. I became more confident in my voice and more aware of my ability to make a difference. I developed important skills such as communication, teamwork, and accountability skills that I now apply in school and in my daily life. For example, some of me and my Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters just completed our Civic Seal of Engagement project, which intended to increase mental health awareness for all students. All in all, the campus inspired me to become more engaged in my community. It showed me that leadership is about service, uplifting others, and creating positive change. I now feel a stronger responsibility to give back and be a role model for my peers in my life. I am truly grateful for the opportunity and to be part of Blue. Thank you again to the board and all those who make experience like this happen for students like me. Thank you for your time.
Cecilia George.
Good evening, Board. President Martinez, good evening, President Superintendent Alvarez and the Cabinet. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for an opportunity to speak. My name is Cecilia George. I'm with the DAPAC program. I'm the secretary. I'm also Rialto High APAC co-chair. I wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity for attending CASA Summit. It's a wonderful opportunity that happened this past March. It was an honor to be a part and learn and collaborate and see the promise of the Brown versus Board of Education in action. Moreover, allowing DAPAC to bring back the energy and knowledge to our school sites for the betterment of all of our students and families alike. I was blessed to attend a breakout workshop presented by one of our own, Dr. White, where she discussed cultivating leaders, and that was an awesome, inspiring treat. We participated in other workshops, such as understanding and using the LCAP for thriving outcomes, and we delve into discussions and strategies to address racial equity and with intention and impact. On a micro level, we explored collaborating about engaging families and connecting communities with culturally responsive family engagement to further build the trust in our schools. It was an absolutely amazing event. It gave us the opportunity to reinstate and apply drive and purpose back in me, which in turn will allow me to express it and give it back to our children. I would like to thank the board members such as Ms. Dakira Williams, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Rhea Gibbs, and Superintendent Mr. Alvarez for their visible support and welcoming spirit. In short, the blessing will not be wasted, as this is a wealth of information and knowledge will be utilized and shared, as we'll be hosting an APAC retreat in the next few weeks. All of this is with direction and guidance by our Dr. Balagon, and in closing, an opportunity is a catalyst for continued change. Once again, thank you.
Tabitha Plunkett. Oh, sorry.
Good evening, distinguished board, Dr. Alvarez, everyone in attendance. I too would like to echo the sentiments of my board members, Ms. George and Mr. Bowers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to attend CASA. It was not only empowering, it was enlightening, and we are optimistic to continue to work with all of you to better this environment for our community, for our students. A special thank you to Dr. Gibbs for your attendance, and kudos and congratulations again on your award. Dr. Alvarez, thank you again. Dagira, thank you again. And we are optimistic that the rest of the board will be present. Some of the schools they showed up and showed out. So Dr. McMillan and I, we're getting our chant together, and we're going to show up and show out for Rialto as well. Just a shameless plug for our equity and access and excellence coming up April 16th. There's a 10 a.m. session and a 5 p.m. session. So if everyone's welcome to do that and attend with us. I would like to give a moment to my other board member to speak.
Good evening, board. Mr. Martinez, Dr. Alvarez, and to the viewing audience. One of the great things about attending the CASA Summit, I'm Maurice Bowers, I'm the communications officer for DAPAC. One of the beautiful things that came from the CASA Summit was the ability to see all of the amazing work that is going on statewide. And one of the things that was great to see was there was a session done by Sacramento State and Dr. Luke Wood, who is the president there, and they're working to create what they call the Black Print. And what they mean by that is creating an ecosystem to where a lot of students that are unaware of what that institution offers, they have the ability to feel as though they belong. So a lot of black students are not aware that that school even really exists because many are given the other opportunities through other institutions, whether they are local or even in other states. And so as one who actually is working on my undergrad program there at Sacramento State, it was awesome to be able to hear about the intentionality of making sure that students actually feel like they belong and that they want to draw more black students into the campus. So giving somewhat of a California version of an HBCU. One of the things that I want to leave with is a leader's creed that was given to us during one of the opening sessions by Dr. Chike Akua. He is distinguished professor at Clark Atlanta University. And that creed reads, "I am the keeper of the culture, the keeper of tradition, leading and guiding, that's my mission. Supporting our students has always been the vision. I'm cultivating character and developing skills, building mental muscle and unshakable will. I have deep wells of wisdom and insight to share with words of encouragement that show that I care. Stories of faith, family, and resilience, experiences that illuminate our collective brilliance. I am a pillar in the community with a proud and faithful history. Restoring identity and elevating students is my legacy." Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bowers did fill out a card as well, so I know there was an issue with the timer, so yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
One more. Janine Doublefield. Yeah. Yeah, looked like an H for a second.
Good evening, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Alvarez, board members, viewing audience. My name is Janine Stubblefield, math teacher extraordinaire at Castillo Middle School. Okay. First of all, I want to acknowledge this amazing DAPAC board. You guys came in and you all doing it right, so I appreciate all that you are doing. Last night we had our APAC meeting at Castillo Middle School, and I'm saying this because I want to thank you for the community school grant that is reaping its rewards at Castillo already. Erin Howard, she's our community school specialist, and she is doing that thing. She called every parent, had them RSVP. If they RSVP'd, she called them again, and she made sure they showed up last night. We had more parents last night than we've had all year long collectively. So I want to shout out Erin Howard and what she's doing for us at Casera. Our assistant principal, Dr. Not yet, but she's on her way, Michelle Nellen. Thank you for what you're doing to support us with our APAC. Going back to the DAPAC meeting that we had at the beginning of the month, the attendance is skyrocketing. I want to thank you, Dr. Black, for continuing to be a staple every meeting. Dr. Lewis, you were awesome to see you there as well. They again reviewed our African American Equity Plan. Make sure you pick up a copy if you haven't picked up one yet. A few things happening at our school that I would like to invite you to if you get an opportunity. And I am clashing with Frisbee because we also are on the same day, and I know Mr. Mingus, you always help out at Frisbee, but we're also hosting a Bite of Reality this year, hosted by BSU and the Think Wise Credit Union. And what that does is give 8th graders a simulation of what it is to be in the real world. And so again, that's going to be on April 20th as a Monday, and 7:30 to about 12:30-ish. So please join us if you have opportunity. Also, and this was so apropos that you guys talked about the safety plan, I want to thank ELP, Norberto Perez, Ophelia Fitzpatrick, and the safety team for remembering that we are there after school. So they have been hosting safety drills for us, and we had one at Casera this week, and it went well. Myself and my fellow lead teacher, Bethany Munoz, it went well. So thank you for continuing what you're doing and giving me the time to speak today. Have a great evening.
Okay, we continue with public comments on the agenda. Okay. Then we will continue with comments from association executive board members. Rialto Education Association.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Alvarez, Board President Mr. Martinez. To begin on a positive note, first, congratulations to our superintendent on his daughter's recent wedding. What a wonderful milestone for your family. Congratulations to everybody. I also want to wish board member Stephanie Lewis a very happy birthday today. We hope you had a chance to celebrate with your family.
It's wrong, but I'll take it though.
No, I thought I saw that on social media today. Was your
You know that's always wrong.
Okay, okay,
But you know.
okay. Gotcha, okay. Well,
It's the AI birthday.
gotcha, AI birthday. Well, I also want to take a moment and acknowledge the recent contract settlement. This was the result of many hours of hard work by people on both sides of the table. And I want to thank everyone who contributed to getting us here. I'd also like to make a special thank you to CSEA for standing with us as we went through this process. Our two unions really linked arms together this year to say we wanted better for ourselves and our members, and I appreciate their sticking with us. This agreement includes a total of 5% that's retroactive for this year. Only 3.5% of that is ongoing, and 1.5% is a one-time bonus. But in total, our members will receive 5% of their yearly income this year in a retro check. Importantly, that retroactivity applies to all aspects of pay, salary, stipends, and hourly compensation, including for members who stepped up to support students through extra duties like our tutoring hubs. That matters, and it reflects this full scope of work that our educators do. Many of our members work the equivalent of a second job for this district, teaching Saturday school or working an extended day to tutor students, or even when they teach over the summer for summer school. And it's important that those hours are also being covered with the retroactive 3.5% increase. As we move forward, I want to briefly explain the ratification process for our members in the Rialto Education Association. First, we'll be sending all of our members the exact language that was negotiated along with a draft salary schedule so that they can clearly see what's being proposed. And then after giving our members a few days to review those materials, we'll hold a virtual town hall meeting where they can ask questions and get clarification. And then following that, our members will take a vote on whether or not they're going to ratify this agreement. Assuming ratification is successful, which I believe it should be, the next step will be for the school board to take up the agreement for approval at your second meeting at the end of April. After the board's approval, then of course district staff will begin the process of processing those pay increases, and we can communicate a clear timeline so that our members will know when to expect that retroactive pay. Our members are anxious to get their checks, and I know everyone will work really hard to make sure that we get them as quickly as we can. I'll close with this thought. Progress is not the end of the journey. It's the foundation for what comes next. We know that no agreement resolves every issue, and we look forward to the next round of negotiations. We remain committed to addressing the concerns that our members continue to raise and to build on the progress that we've made. And I'd like to add this thought. Throughout this process, we've consistently made the case that the district can afford to place the full 5% on the salary schedule. 11 consecutive years of surplus budgets suggest that the resources are in fact there. And in many ways, this year's settlement gives us an opportunity to test that proposition. Our members will receive 5%, and together we will see clearly and transparently what impact that has on the district's financial position. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's on me, yeah. I always do that, don't I? California School Employees Association.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, superintendent, and members of the community. Christina Costa, I'm here on behalf of CSEA and our classified professionals. I just want to take a moment to say that I hope all of you have had a great Easter with your families and have been renewed for the next few months coming up. and to speak about where we are, where we're headed, and what this moment means for the people who keep this district running every single day. As we move through the spring season and into the final stretch of the school year, there should be a natural sense of reflection coming on. This is the time when we look back on the challenges we face, the progress we've made, and the work that still lies ahead. For our classified staff, this year has been one of dedication, resilience, and continued commitments to students, and behind the scenes, but always essential. That is why the tentative agreement we have reached is so important. The tentative agreement represents more than just numbers on a page. It represents acknowledgement, it represents respect, and it represents a step forward in recognizing the value of classified employees in this district. Negotiations are never easy. They require time, patience, and willingness from both sides to listen and to work toward a common ground. While we may not have achieved everything we set out to accomplish, this agreement reflects progress, and progress matters. It shows that when we come to the table in good faith, we can move forward together. But I also want to be clear, a tentative agreement is not the end of the journey. The 610 approval still needs to go through. That's our process that is accomplished and completed in San Jose. And then it will need to go to our members for a vote. These elements are essential and the outcome is not guaranteed. With that being said, the negotiations process is part of an ongoing commitment to improving working conditions, ensuring fair compensation, and supporting the people who support our students every day. As we head into the final stretch of the school year, our members are still showing up with the same level of care, professionalism that they've demonstrated all year. They are finishing strong, supporting testing, end-of-year activities, graduations, and everything in between. What we ask in return is simple: continued respect, continued transparency, and continued partnership. Because when classified staff feel valued, supported, and heard, our entire district benefits. Our schools run more effectively, our students receive better support, and our community grows together. Spring is often seen as a season of renewal, and I believe this moment offers us that opportunity, an opportunity to build on the progress we've made, to strengthen relationships, and to move forward with a shared commitment to those we serve. In closing, I want to thank the board and the district for the work that went into reaching the tentative agreement with both CSEA and REA. And I especially want to thank our CSEA members for their unwavering dedication, their patience throughout this process, and the vital role they play in making this district what it is. We look forward to continuing this work together. Thank you very much.
Okay, Teamsters Local 986. People stood up in the back. I thought the Teamsters were here.
I see CWA though.
Communication Workers of America, CWA.
Good evening, Honorable Board and staff. I'm Teresa Hunter, Area Vice President for CWA Local 9588, representing Rialto Unified School District guest teachers and San Bernardino City Unified guest teachers. We're here in support this evening of the reopener proposal, item D11 and D31, reopening our contract for the 26-27 school year. We look forward to working with you again, and you guys take care and have a good evening.
Okay, Rialto School Managers Association. All righty, we move on to comments from the student board member.
Hello, good evening, everybody. So first, I just want to start off by saying I got Student of the Month. Yay! You go, girl! It means a a lot to me because it shows how far I've come. There was a time where I didn't care about school at all, and I just wasn't having it. But now I actually enjoying being at school, and I'm actually tried my best for my last year, my senior year. I just want to thank the staff, the teachers at Myler High School because they never given up on me and always supported me even when I didn't believe in myself. Being at the ceremony and handing out awards and hearing other students share their stories and accomplishments before getting their certificates made it even more special because they all had something special to share and all their accomplishments just, it was really, really impressive when I was hearing everybody. I was like, oh, wow. I also want to say how proud I am of the middle school DSAC students, seeing how much they've improved, especially with public speaking. It's really inspiring. They've come a long way, and it makes me so proud to see them growing and using their voices with confidence. I also really appreciate the presentation about the safety plans. It was good to hear principals talk about campus and student safety because it shows how much they truly care about us and making sure our schools are safe places for everybody. So thank you.
Just want to congratulate you on receiving your Kiwanis recognition and helping me celebrate the other students. Very proud of you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
Okay, comments from the superintendent.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. I think it's been almost a month since we've had a board meeting, a regular board meeting. So there's a lot that's been happening over the past month. So first of all, I want to thank the parents who are here today. Thank you, parents of Deepak. I enjoyed seeing you, spending a little time with you at CASA conference, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of you. I hope everyone had a pleasant Easter and got to spend time with family. And then as the year or the last month has been going by, as I mentioned, it's been very busy. First of all, I do want to thank the team that put together having Congressman Pete Aguilar here. Our students had an opportunity to, yes, our students had an opportunity to really sit down with him in a really quiet environment to really express their concerns, what they feel are issues for them going on right now, not just affecting the nation, but specifically themselves, family members, or the community within Rialto. So I do appreciate him taking his time, and I appreciate the students taking their time to write letters to him that he took back, and then sharing some of the processes that go through in Congress, and also the importance of civil engagement or civic engagement on their part. And I know we've had some walkouts and protests from our students in corners, but this is another avenue for them to express themselves, to create some change as far as providing their input and the impact it's having on their lives. So I really do appreciate that. Over the last couple of weeks, I've had the opportunity to visit several school sites. I want to thank the staff at Myers and Morgan Elementary for opportunity to walk through some classrooms, visit them at their staff meetings. Also, I had an opportunity to visit the STEM Center. I didn't really know was back there. So I want to thank Mrs. Chan for walking me around back there and looking at the different, the building and how it's used, and having our elementary students come out there and experience different things within the STEM. So that was great to see. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to attend the Spring Award from San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. I actually went, there was a colleague of mine from Fontana who was being recognized, and while I was sitting there, actually an alumni of ours actually got a recognition, so I wanted to give her a shout out. She was from Carter High School alumni, Monica Stockhausen, I believe is her name. Yes, she's a business professor at Chaffey College and is known for helping students launch their businesses and improve their career trajectory. So I just wanted to give her a shout out and recognize that. Although they didn't specify where she came from, she talked a lot about being here and the opportunity to provide for her. So I just wanted to give her the recognition here from being an alumni of Rialto Unified School District. So shout out to her. And I want to thank comments from REA President, CSCA President. I look forward to continuing working together. And we have an upcoming RITS, the 20th anniversary. coming up on April 25th, 2026, from starting at 5:30 at Carter High School. I do look forward to seeing everyone there. We do have a special surprise. We have another elected official coming to Rialto Unified School District. We do have the State Superintendent, Tony Thurman, will be here to participate in the event. I think he has a window of about 45 minutes, so we look forward to seeing him here. We thank him for taking time out of his schedule to honor us with his presence here at the Rialto Unified School District during our writs. So that's great to hear. This Saturday, we had the district held the Century Prom in Redlands for our students, high school students. So I hear it was a great success. Our students had a great time. And so I just want to thank the district for supporting that kind of event with our prom and our students. Just another opportunity for them to celebrate their success in a different environment. So I want to thank for that. I also attended the Rialto Women's Club meeting last week, I believe. Actually ran into couple of teachers that worked with my wife over at Morris, and so it was great to see them. They retired, obviously, so they're there, but it was great to see them and interact with a lot of the ladies here at the Women's Club. So I look forward to attending some more meetings and joining their club. Also, I do want to give a congratulations to two of our board members for being recognized Women of the Year by Senator Eloise Gomez-Reyes. So congratulations to Ms. Evelyn Dominguez and our board member Stephanie Lewis. Congratulations, Dr. Lewis. So we look forward to celebrating that as well. And then I know that throughout the school year, there's a lot of Appreciation Day, Appreciation Week throughout the school year. And so I know I wasn't here for a lot of it, between appreciation for our teachers, our counselors, our nurses, our bus drivers, our custodians, and the list goes on and on. So I just want to give all of them a shout out and thank you. And this week actually happens to be, I believe, Appreciation Week for our assistant principals. So give them a shout out as well and congratulations. Thank you for their hard work. There's many more, but I don't want to keep here all night. So just thank you very much. And I don't want to take any of the comments that board members may have, but thank you very much. Continue to enjoy my time here and look forward to continue working with everyone. Thank you.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes, I just wanted to say my heart just opens up for when you talk about your son and the speech therapy and the language board. It will get better. Speaking of my son being speech therapy for at least 12 years. And I remember still have his little notebook when he said his first word. I'm like, was it a word? Am I just hearing things? And then you write every word, every 2 and 3. And the therapist would go and come, and one he likes better. And I would send my husband. My husband would fall asleep and snore. And I'm like, oh my God, you can't go. And we would switch off. And so those times are hard. And I know the struggle for his hearing aids back then from kindergarten. It was $2,000 for one and $2,000 for the other, and $500 for the mole, and the insurance just covered the exam. And so just going through that, but now he's graduating from college. And, just going through all those steps that it's so hard. And you struggle with the school district, you struggle with your insurance, you struggle in your marriage. But it will get better. Don't give up. We're here for you. And everything you do will make it better. And one day you will find that vape pen in his room. No, I'm just kidding. You're like, what the? But, they will adjust. They will adjust, and that's what I'm saying. This is the part where kids will normalize, and kids will learn, and kids will pick up the things that you don't want them to do. But they will get over that mountain just like we've all done. And so, when I look at this celebration, he just didn't want to tell me. He's like, Mom, I really want that letter to come. I was like, Dad and I were buying our ticket. We're going out in faith, son. You're going to get the letter. And he finally got the letter on Easter. And so, we're going to jet there. And so it's a lot of work. But for you to stand up here and make it clear, make it known. Because if you don't state it, And I know sometimes you say, I'm so tired. Don't get tired because it's worth it for your child. And so with that, you did the right thing. We're with you. And your son will get that right therapist. All those therapists, they just don't gel sometimes. They're like shoes. It's not the right fit. But when you get that fit, for how long you have that fit for the right therapist, sometimes they move, they go. He had therapists that died, and he didn't want another one, and that adjustment and that transition. But that's part of life that they have to go through transition. And, that's the struggle is real. So I just want to sort of pivot from that to just really validate. I've been there, and I know. And I work in that every day. And so I know that struggle is very real. And that's what made me committed. That's the reason I won. I was complaining to someone else. Actually, I was complaining to a board member. And she said, why don't you run? I'm like, another thing for me to do? You fix this problem here. And later on, I guess something stuck into me, and the opportunity came. And I really wanted to make a difference from all those IEPs and amendments and all that, but it's worth it because I'm sitting in the seat having that knowledge and knowing the struggle is very real and the commitment. So don't give up. We're not going to give up on our end, but we're going to work together and make it better not only for your son, and that's what I liked about your child. You want to make it better so someone else. Okay, that's very important. So I went to Rialto City to their ad hoc committee to see, the funding, because we have to work, the school district is one, but we're in the city of Rialto and Fontana and Colton. So I sat into their meeting, and the police was asking for their safety for security. I'm like, wow. And they had funding requesting for cameras, and they said, well, we want to make sure the schools are safe. I said, whoa. I slid on over there and passed the card. It's like, we can make this happen right now, at the end of the meeting. And also they talked about their sensory park that they're building. So parents, the school is one area, but you live within the city. You have to be vocal within the city. So they're constructing that sensory park, and they're having plans for the sensory, be vocal there because your kids are not in school all day long. They're out in the summer and afternoon, and you want to make that happen. Also, they have a teen center. Okay, summer's coming up. Have your teens something to do in Johnson Hall. Have a lot of community. So our think together is not 24/7. We have to work with our park and recreation, and that was just a meeting I sat in for Rialto. You have Fontana that has it going on, and Colton. So I'm intentional about saying how can we work together. And so when they started talking about the camera, I was like, whoa, you have to talk to the chief about that and the superintendent. I don't need the detail. I'm just saying, let's work together and make sure these resources are really going to benefit both of us, and really with this technology, sort of take away some of the blind spots. And I felt really good because they said, yes, we met the chief, we worked together, and that's the partnership when it's positive, when the city is positive working. And so that was really nice. I went to the day pack and listened in, and it was a good turnout. It was really their plans. They have a mission, they have a plan to organize, and I'm really serious. Make sure you be part of these safety committees, be part of these teams, be part of these Great American Shakeout or whatever we call these drills, not just in a silo, but be a part of the bigger committees and all your other satellite committee. I went to the APAC too before at Cove, and they have really a lot of men in that one. The APAC have a lot of men over there, and they're really driving. And so the Frisbee have a student-led nutritional service. They're selecting their menus, they're doing tastes, they're working with our nutritional services to be selective, be intentional, really creating some of the items that they would like to see an improvement. And that's when you have your students there leading the way, putting their ideas with the nutritional service, testing their palates. And I really like to say Principal Bennett and the team at Frisbee for really honoring that. You know, not everybody can be, you know, coming here and speak, but you have so many positions within the school that you can let the students shine in a lot of the different types of committees and be a part. You know, I want to just say that it's been an honor. I've been selected to serve as on the California School Board Association. Thank you, representing to this area, you know, and you know, we're going to have a change in governor. We're going to have a change in our state superintendent of school. We might have a whole change in how schools are funding. And it's really critical. Things are not like it's going to be, you know, and there's going to be change. And so really representing and having this voice at that level is very important for us to really listen, learn, and speak up and make that influence. So I'm just really excited about these outdoor, Catalina, really? I mean, these trips that the students going to, they went to outdoor school, Catalina, they went to Ontario Ring. I mean, this opportunity, public education are providing these students with a lot of indoor learning and outdoor learning. And outdoor school is very big. You know, Arrowhead, and just listening to the trips that they were Soul Brothers, Soul Sisters, and just coming back and reporting. We need to hear, was this a good thing for them to do, or are they excited? And all the trips that even the families going to USD, San Diego, along with the children to experience that. California is very rich in a lot of different types, and I'm going to have to go to Sacramento State and check that out, because when I was there, I didn't see it. We were eating at the at a restaurant, no, but that was at our annual meeting. But you know, we're gonna go to the university next time. We'll go up there for that trip, board members. Yeah, but it's just so important for us to really look at our community schools, our college, going to an HBCU, Alabama, where my son is graduating. Actually, my girlfriend is the president of the college now, and she is a nurse, and she was over the nursing program at Howard, and now she's a university president. And so, you know, just having, when you saying alumni was honored went to our schools over at Chafee, and Eisenhower alumni is over the president of the medical center at UCR, the medical school. She's alumni of Rialto, Eisenhower. And so we're all over. And so this is where we need to share our positive vibes. We need to share what we are doing. I didn't go to CASA because we were going to, at our university, our accreditation. And with our accreditation, we had 4 hours of philanthropy, meaning that the new way of education is you're going to have private partnership. And you need to learn how to tell your story in a positive way, because the baby boomers are going to die and they have a lot of money. And they say, kids, you know, I left you the house and I left you this, but now they want a legacy. And they want to give back to their school or something that really gave meaning to their lives. And so we, as Rialto Unified School District, need to tell our story and create that legacy that they're going to sponsor some of these trips. Student of the month? The month, not the week, the day. There you go, to tell that story, you know, to sponsor that, to sponsor more of these trips, to really, because we might not be able to pay for them all, but we need these sponsors, and people really want to give foundation. 80% is from individual donors, and then another 20% is from individuals who create their own foundations that provide that. So we need to think on that level. Thank you.
Congratulations as well. Wow. CSBA board member.
Yeah, thank you. I thought you were talking about my son going to finish college.
That too. Well, congratulations on all of it.
Woo!
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
Ms. Dominguez.
Thank you. Good evening, Rialto. I can definitely feel the energy here tonight. It started off with our KC elementary students. I loved hearing our middle school DSAC students speak, especially as I will be a mom of a middle schooler soon, which I am not ready at all. So if you have any advice, please pass it on over because it ain't working. In the spirit of putting students first, I want to thank Congressman Pete Aguilar for visiting the district and giving our students a platform. It was powerful to hear our students share the real concerns and stories that were so authentic. They asked tough questions that they have been waiting and burning to get answers for. I was also impressed by the maturity that our students expressed to him. I couldn't have been prouder of our Rialto students. As we move through April, we have still so many accomplishments to celebrate before the year ends, especially academically. I am so incredibly proud of so many students that are reclassifying at our elementary, at our middle school, and at our high school levels. This hits home for me as I didn't become a fully proficient until I was in middle school. I know firsthand that everybody learns at their own pace and every milestone deserves to be celebrated. And with testing season coming upon us, AKA the CASP, I do want to give our students some encouraging words. Take your time. When you go into the classroom, clear your mind. Read the question again if you have to. You got this. Parents, same goes for you. Give your son or daughter a positive affirmation as they leave the car. Let them know that it's going to be okay. That you'll be there for them and everything's going to be okay. And moving on in the spirit of the Ritz, that's something that I cannot wait for. It's April 27 at Carter High School at what, 5:30? 25th. I always get the 2 days wrong. 25th. Sorry, excuse me, 25th. At Carter High School. The heart of the Ritz is about fostering creativity and the artistic talents of our scholars. Please come dressed to impress. This is truly the Oscars of Rialto. The colors are navy blue and silver. I don't know if I was supposed to say that, but I did. And I can't wait to see everybody there. And as Dr. Alvarez says, our superintendent, Tony Thurman, will be there, and many other special guests. In April, we wear blue to support autism awareness. But it's not 1 month that we celebrate. Inclusion is about making sure everyone feels welcome and valued, regardless of their background. So thank you. That's all I have for tonight. Just want to keep it short.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. Next, we go to Board Clerk, Dakira Williams. Took me a second.
It's all good. There's so much has already been said. I want to give a blanket congratulations to everyone who is proud of themselves and their accomplishments. Congratulations, everybody. And happy birthday to you, Dr. Lewis.
Hey, I'll take it.
So I want to also begin by continue by expressing my appreciation to everyone who made it possible for our middle and high school students to engage with Congressman Pete Aguilar, providing our students with the opportunity to voice their perspectives, ask questions, and have a constructive outlet to participate in our democracy is exactly the kind of real-world civic learning we should be fostering. I was incredibly proud of how our students showed up. They showed up articulate, thoughtful, grounded, and they demonstrated not only their understanding of the issues, but also the strength, intelligence, and leadership that exists across our district. These are the kind of experiences that help shape informed, engaged citizens. I also want to extend congratulations to Eisenhower High School on being recognized as a California Distinguished School. This is a significant accomplishment that reflects the dedication of our staff, students, and families. We celebrate this achievement with them and recognize the hard work it represents. Additionally, I want to thank Dr. Alvarez, Ms. Romo, Dr. Ellis, and everyone, all the members of our negotiation teams on both sides of the table for the commitment and collaboration in reaching agreements so far, the tentative agreements, moving them forward to final review and approval. And, you know, negotiations are about give and take and balance. And so you guys have heard plenty about that tonight. The work isn't easy and it requires professionalism, persistence, shared focus, but ultimately what's best for our district. Finally, I want to encourage all of our families to take full advantage of the many opportunities our district provides, whether that's participating in the trainings, attending listening sessions, staying engaged in school site activities. These spaces matter, and your voice is important. When you speak, we are listening. Sometimes you may see immediate results. Sometimes it's your voice that shapes some of the improvements within the district that may take a bit more time. And to our students, I encourage you to get involved. Join a club, participate in our programs, step into leadership opportunities. As our student board member mentioned, there was a time she wasn't so involved, and now she's very involved. Her name was on some of those school site safety plans. But it just changes their experience, and it enriches their time in school, but also helps build the skills and confidence that they'll carry into their future. And I didn't know whether students listen or not, but apparently, at a minimum, Trapped Timberwolves reported it on their news that they are listening to the board meetings, and they told all of their students when it was. Thank you.
Okay, Vice President Montez.
Thank you, Board President Mr. Martinez. First and foremost, I'd like to also congratulate Dr. Lewis and Ms. Dominguez on their prestigious recognition on behalf of Senator Eloise Gomez Reyes. Congrats. And also double congrats to Dr. Lewis for her CSBA, winning the seat on the regional CSBA representation. We know you will represent our community and our district well at CSBA, so kudos to you. And Ms. Dominguez, you'll get it next time. Keep running, don't worry. No, it's I'm glad both of you guys ran for it, and you know, and along with the other people and the other local districts. But Dr. Lewis got in the door, so make us proud, Dr. Lewis. I want to just thank again the safety chief and all of our safety officers for keeping our schools safe, doing the best that you guys can to keep our events safe. You know, the school district does a lot of things outside of the schools, outside of the school sites. We have, events throughout the year. We have meetings. We have board meetings. Thanks for keeping us safe at the board meetings. We appreciate it. We know that it can get kind of hectic sometimes, not just at school board meetings, but other types of meetings like city council meetings and whatnot. So we appreciate you with your presence here and the support of the safety officers always. Great presentation, and again, thanks to the principals that came out and helped with that. I want to congratulate the teachers, the classified. I want to congratulate the leadership. It's very commendable, very honorable thing that you guys do, leading unions, leading your unions. I'd like to think that when things are good, everything's easier, and when things are tough, and you have to deal with a lot, and it's a heavy load that you carry. And I commend you for all of the hard work that you guys do, for your leadership and for your members, and just I want to thank all of the teachers and the classified employees in general for everything that you guys do. congratulations on your recent agreements, and I'm glad. I've been on the board for almost 16 years. It'll be this year, 15 and a half years, and I'm glad that we've had a surplus for the last 11 of those 15 years that I've been here. We've had a surplus for 11 years. That's since the time of our former CBO and former interim superintendent, Mohammed Islam. Mohammed Islam is one of the greatest CBOs that this district has ever had, San Bernardino Unified District had, and I don't know what other districts he worked at, but when we were doing things here, when I got here, we were paying vendors to do service, to do Saturday school, to do, there was like 2 or 3 other programs that a vendor was doing that the district was paying them to do. Mr. Islam did it in San Bernardino City Unified as a CBO for free, generating revenue for that district instead of having to pay a third party and taking revenue that we need for our teachers and our classified. He was doing that. So when he came here, I was glad because this district was going through CBOs left and right. They couldn't last here. They weren't lasting, or people were firing them, whatever the case was. I was questioning a lot of contractual agreements at the time. I admit I came in very brash, very, strong-headed. And maybe that's what we needed at that time. But I know that after those few rough years, I remember teachers getting pink slipped when I first got here. It was like every year they were getting pink slipped. We had people crying at the podium. And I was questioning, what the heck is going on? We're struggling that bad. We have a $300 million budget back then. It's $500 million now, 600. But when the budget we had back then, I think to myself, how is it possible that we've got teachers crying because they're getting pink slip? Not just teachers, other employees too. Every year, people are dreading getting pink slip because the budget was always bad or mismanaged. So I'm glad that this district's been able to turn it around and have a surplus for the last 11 years. And at the same time, I expect that our district does the fair thing and pays our unions fairly, pays our members fairly, pays our teachers and our classified. If we have truly been having a surplus for the last 11 years, then why can't we pay a fair wage to our teachers and our employees? I absolutely agree with you. We should pay as much as you deserve. We know you deserve a lot more. We love you guys for everything you do. Our parents, our students love you for everything you do. You're in the trenches, not us. You guys operate the schools. You guys open the doors. You guys teach the kids, not us. It's you guys who do all the hard work. Buildings don't teach kids. Teachers do. Staff members operate and run the schools. They don't run these themselves. They don't maintenance themselves. So you deserve a lot more. So hopefully we'll continue to have a surplus every year for the next 11 years or for as long as the district can have a surplus rather than being in a deficit, rather than being to the point where we used to be, where we're pink sleeping people and all these people are making a lot of money with contractual agreements here in the district, a lot of questionable stuff, a lot of questionable spending, and our people needing raises, kids in special education needing services and not getting them. So we've been there before, where we're in the negative, and we don't want to go back to that. I hope we have a surplus every year, but at the same time, if we have the surplus and we can afford to pay our people fairly, then we should, especially if they're not getting what they deserve. So thank you for pointing that out. And I give that history because not everybody was here 15 and a half years ago. I know Mr. Martinez was, but not everybody else was here back in those days. It was tough. And I got very critical. Some of you remember, not everybody some of you remember, and I got criticized a lot because I asked tough questions, because I asked for accountability. You become public enemy number one when you start questioning and you start holding people accountable. And it's not, you know, it's not to knock on special education, but we've got a parent right here with an autistic child. Nobody knows what it's like to have a child with special needs. Nobody knows what it's like unless you have one. If you don't have one, you really don't have a right to judge or to dismiss. Some families, some parents have 2, 3, 4. Angels is what they are. They should be held to a higher standard because they need more help. So I want to renew my commitment to special education. I want to thank William Lagos for coming here tonight. Sorry to hear that you're going through what you're going through. All I ask for you and other parents like Bejita Cortez, Myrna Reese, other parents who have ongoing issues, to just be patient. We have a new leader. He hasn't let us down yet, and hopefully he won't. We vetted him very well, and he knows his stuff. He's got CBO experience. If he says, hey, you know what, Diane's numbers are good, I'm a CBO, I'm an expert, I can look at it, I can offer a good educated opinion about the budget, then we'll take his word for it because he's got that background, that experience. If Diane Romo, who was trained by Mr. Islam, if she's saying that the budget is like this and, you know, these are decisions, these are tough choices you guys got to make, which way do we want to go? If she says, if she learned from one of the best CBOs and she's doing a good job and we have a new superintendent with the experience to back it, we're going to try to weigh all of the options. But with that said, if we continue to get surpluses, let's pay our teachers and our people more. Let's give them as much as they can. Just don't take us back to the days of where there was a lot of mismanagement, misspending, and unnecessary spending that needs to go to our people's wages and to our student services. So thank you, Mr. Lagos, for coming here tonight. We have your name and number. We hope that we can reach out to you. We hope that we can help you. Mr. Martinez, like you said earlier, you did the right thing coming here tonight. It's everybody's right to do so. We also have emails. We also have phone numbers. And but you're always welcome to come here, you know, and we'll do as best that we can for you. But that's all that I have. Thank you.
Okay. That's all.
I'm going to withhold these espresso beans.
Don't give me no more of those.
He's on fire over there.
Okay, couple of things. I haven't talked about it for quite a while. Parents, your emergency cards, look at them, make sure that the contact information is correct. Look at who you are allowing to have your student picked up by, whatever relative, friend, neighbor. Revisit that, because when an emergency happens or your kid needs you and you need somebody else to pick them up, the only thing that keeps us from releasing your child is the information on that card. If the person you sent to pick your kid up isn't on the card, then we really can't do it. Otherwise, we get in trouble. Legally. Okay, thank you to negotiations team. This is probably the toughest for the negotiations team in my 18 years that I've been here. Let's see, started in education 40 years ago, I guess. Wow. In my 40 years, this is the first time that we ended up going to impasse. I was sitting on one side of the table as labor, and now I sit, as they call us, the suits. So, we want the best for you. And as Vice President Montez says, if we have the money, I've said it before, I want you to have it. The one thing that doesn't come forth to the public or from the podium, and the board members don't talk about it often, is that we have to look 3 years out. So we've got money this year. If we gave what you wanted this year, next year it'd be tough. Those pink slips would be back, and definitely the third year out, it'd be here. So we kind of have to, whatever we've got, we have to make sure we are mandated to at least have a decent budget to where we like a positive budget, which means we're good 3 years out. There's also a qualified budget, which is kind of, you guys are on shaky legs 3 years out. And then there's, you don't make it, a negative budget. If we can, we're not ever going to be there, if we can help it. Because that's when we turn into, well, you've heard stories of school districts being taken over by the state, the county. They come in and, that doesn't matter what the agreements are there. There's a new sheriff in town then, so to speak. Okay, let's move on. Ms. Gonzalez, you're welcome to leave. It's after 9. Good. Love having you here. Thank you. And I think you're so brave to have your red hair. I got my color here too. Yeah, I wish I was brave enough to put red, white, and blue up here. I know I could do it. It's totally me. Yeah, that's it.
Reel it in. Let's reel it in. No more coffee.
Now the one with the bad rep.
Okay. Okay, D, public hearing. Open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and a second, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. And all board members at the same time, aye?
Aye.
Time is 9:21. And this is for Communication Workers of America. Pursuant to the requirements of Government Code and Board Policy, the attached initial reopener proposal for the 26-27 school year submitted by the Communication Workers of America, CWA, for an agreement between the Communication Workers of America and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. Do we have any speakers, Dr. Alvarez?
No.
Board, any comments? All right.
Board
Motion
President.
and a second to close public hearing.
Our board president, the public comments, we don't have to have cards submitted, so if there's anyone in the public that wants to speak at this time, they may as well.
Do we have anybody who wishes to speak on the topic of CWA, Communication Workers of America, their proposed contract? Okay. Thank you very much. And to close public hearing, a motion. And
So
second.
move.
Second.
Thank you.
Do we have to read it out or the entire thing or not?
He just
I
did.
read this.
No, I know, but is it, no?
Okay. All board members at once. Aye.
Aye.
Time is 9:22. Okay, D3, to open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote by all board members at once.
Aye.
9:23. And this is D 3.1, 2026, 2027, proposal to Communication Workers of America, CWA Local 9588. Pursuant to the requirements of government code and board policy, the attached initial reopener proposal for the 2026-2027 school year submitted by the Rialto Unified School District for an agreement between the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education and the Communication Workers of America, CWA, is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. Do we have any, do we have any speakers?
If we don't have any, Board President, I'd like to make the motion that we close.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you both. It's appropriate. Okay, vote by board members.
Aye.
Time is 9:24. E, consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by the Board of Education, members, or the superintendent for individual action. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any polls or questions? Hearing none. Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Ms. Williams?
Aye.
Vice President Montez? And myself, aye. Okay. Now we go to item F. Okay, discussion action items. F1, award a contract for district financial auditing services to Christie White, Inc. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Award a 3-year contract for district financial auditing services to Christie White, Inc. at a cost of, okay, the year's put there, so that needs to be moved. At a cost of $60,000 for 2025 and 2026. For 26-27, the cost is $63,003. 2027-2028 school year is $66,154 and to be paid from the general fund. Okay, board members, I know that a couple of you wanted to talk on this. So who wants to begin? Dr. Lewis?
Okay. So reading the scores in the back, Bailey's 92.67, and this is the scoring for the RFP?
That is correct.
Okay, and then the next score was 80.33, and then the next one was 78.67. So the top three, the decision to go with the lowest score. You know, I'm all about being the best. What's best for our students, what's best for our district. In addition, I was looking at the CPA from the controller, Collins, the state controller of California. And, you know, I don't know how the RFP was made, but like the total audits for Nigro firm, and the only audit report submitted was 70, accepted 64, rejected 4. Then the firm that we're deciding to go with, their state audit for 23-24 was only 399. Initially accepted 378 and 17, and delinquent audit reports was 20. Then I looked up the firm that was our top scoring on our RFP, and their rank number 14, international and nationally. So, meaning that is one of the 20th largest accounting firm, which means they have teams of, they can rotate their teams of auditors at a, you know, you don't get the same team. You can rotate that, which meets our needs, and they score the highest. So I'm like, how do we go with the lowest ranking for this proposal? So that's my question.
Dr. Alvarez?
Board President, if I may, so conversations, I'm sorry Diane is out today, but in my conversations with her, part of my understanding of this RFP was to look at bringing in a new auditor. And so in discussing the three top, and discussing it with Diane, Mrs. Romo, this is the one we chose. Specifically regarding the scoring ranks, you know, I know that obviously there's about a 14-point difference. I don't want to take away anything from the top three. They're all really strong firms. They work throughout Southern California. Yes, I believe, and sorry if I don't say this right, is it Eddie or Heidi Bailey? They are a national firm, so they work in other states. But I believe they all three have the flexibility to rotate teams throughout the school district from year to year. I know Heidi Bailey, obviously being a national, they have a bigger team. But I think there are maybe some different requirements to operate as a CPA within each state. I think everyone, obviously, if you have a CPA, but I think there may be some requirements specific to each state to be able to conduct work. However, like I mentioned, the other two are in several districts. They do have teams. They rotate them, and that's one of the requirements. Is when you have an audit done, you shouldn't have the same team or the same lead, so they have to rotate that, and that's what they do.
Yeah, but when you have the capacity that you have a large firm that you're rotating, it's almost it's like you have the Mercedes, and then we want to change, but we're changing to a Chrysler or Ford. You know, we're not even in the same class of auditing teams, and you know, and this is from the scoring. You know, do we change from the change, or do we change what was the criteria? We don't just change for the sake of changing. If you have a national firm, what you have over, I looked them up, over 1,000 auditors, so that means you can make teams of 5 or 6 or 7 and 8 to rotate through, or you can have the smaller firms where you're going to get these two teams. They just don't have the capacity to do this, and they didn't score. So, you know, just change for the sake of change, or we're changing for quality at this critical time. Now, if there was a flaw in the system and we want to say we want a firm that have the capacity of maybe 5 teams that you can change within it, then the RFP should be structured that way, and then we can look at all Mercedes at the same time, and Fletcher Jones versus this one, versus we're just going different brands here, just going to the smaller firm, to the medium-sized firm, just for sake of change. I don't want to risk, we have too much financial things in stake, we have too much change in our government, this change in our counting, and we have, I mean, to be truthful, we have some audits, forensics, that we really need to have some in debt, and I wouldn't want us to be delayed because they're over here in Temecula, over here to there, and their top 2 teams cannot be accessible, where we can demand a larger company to say, we need a team right now.
So when we had this first discussion, that was one of the things that was brought up. Okay, we can change the auditor. We can keep the same company and change the auditor.
Audit teams.
Right. We had said, no, that's not feasible. That's not something that we can do. And that's why we wanted these proposals to come in. Then because you wanted to stay in compliance with our, you know, having to change every 3 years. And that was the reasoning why we wanted to, for it to come back. So I just want to know that since Dr. Lewis is talking about, you know, changing teams, and before we get too much far into the conversation, is that going to be something acceptable within the compliance and changing teams, or do we have to change a whole company?
So, Board President, for me, you don't have to change a whole company. All these firms, they go through, they've been operating in California. So they all have worked in large districts, small districts. And so every year they comply with the law, or every some years when they have to switch out the teams. So it's not that any of these would not be able to meet that need. They do meet, and they meet it in all the districts they have worked in. So like I said, you don't have to switch the firm. The legal requirements, the team has to be changed out, and I believe the lead.
Okay. Dr. Alvarez, do we have a timeline on this?
Yes.
So unfortunately, I believe the county here requires the school boards to pick an auditing firm by the 10th If not, they select one for the district.
Oh, no, we can't do that.
If I recall, we pulled the last recommended, the previous auditor.
Into the mic.
We pulled the item that staff had recommended for the previous auditor who had been helping us for some time. So now that the RFQs have come in, and they've been vetted, we got to remember that just because somebody or an organization scores more than another person doesn't mean that that's always guaranteed that that's the best choice. I think if on this particular situation, if business services vetted the proposals, vetted the companies, and the recommendation is coming forward to go with this selected auditor, I think that's what we should go with, because we already delayed it, and if we don't hurry up and select somebody, the county's going to select for us, and I think it's just going to delay things further when we can get somebody started right away. But I'm honestly, I'm in favor of all three of them. But if this is the one that's being put forward on behalf of staff vetting them and looking into everything, and usually I'd be suspicious if we're always getting recommended to go with the highest ranking or the highest scored person or the highest scored contractor or the highest scored company, because some people know that the scoring system's not always accurate or the best way to go about selecting. And
Correct.
people use that. Oh, look, go with this contract, go with this, hire this person, go with that company because they scored the most. That doesn't always give us the best option. So I'd say we just go with the recommended one first.
But we didn't have a
Ms.
problem.
Williams, you had something to say?
Yeah. So thinking back to when we first pulled this item, one of the reasons is because it's just best practices to change companies at least I believe it's every like 6 years or something like that, or 3 years, whatever the case. We've had the same auditing company, whether it's rotating within that company or, whatever the case. We've had them for quite some time, and so sometimes it is good to get a different perspective. So even though you're saying, nothing's broken, so why should we fix it? Yeah, this Christy White is a different company. If we went with the top scoring company, that would be the same company that we've had for a very long time. And just because we use them for this auditing season doesn't mean that we cannot use another company for the next auditing season. And I just want to clarify, because Dr. Lewis had quite a bit of concerns about everything that's going on lately, and making sure that we have, I guess, continuity of service, continuity of our finances, and making sure we don't shake too many trees around the district. Are there any risk or concerns that you see going forward with the new auditor?
I don't necessarily see any concerns. I know there is an adjustment between our team working with new auditors and the thing they may be looking for, or the level of detail they may go into and things they may request. So I think that would be obviously the biggest thing, is getting used to new auditors, the specific people on the team, and interacting with our staff. I do want to make sure we're clear. This is just for, well, not just, but this is for general fund and other ones. It's not for the other funds. It's not for the bond fund. So the bond fund, I believe there's already a contract with auditors, so that'll come back. We'll do an RFP for that at a later time, but right now this is for all the other funds and not the bond fund.
And it's a good thing, Ms. Williams, it's a good thing that you chose to, bring the topic forward, and the board supported your idea, and hey, you know what, if we've been using the same one for a number of years, let's switch it up, send it out to RFQ, don't single them out or rule them out, let them participate in this situation. They're one of the highest scorers, if not the highest scorer, but the recommendations being come forward to go with another firm that's just as good. And I don't think it's anything personal against any specific auditors, but there's nothing wrong with changing it up, especially when it comes to auditors. And, if it's going to be more work for the staff, having to do a little more work, having to familiarize themselves with the new team and new auditors and all that, then, then that's a good sacrifice for them to make, because we're dealing with auditing and we're dealing with finances.
It's not a personal thing. This is sort of best practice about stability. They say the same thing with principals. If we keep changing those up, stability, get to school. The thing is that we have a scoring. You have top 3. You go with the lesser one. I'm looking at, this is the RFP that we're looking at. It's like, how do you go with the lesser one when everybody else wants the best? The Dodgers don't say, well, let's just switch it up because we're going to switch it up. Everyone wants the best. And high expectation when you have to switch or rotation. Another idea is you can have the same auditor and make this RFP at least a little bit more practical and say, hey, we want firms that have 3 or more teams. Because I think it's somewhere how this was set up, that it had such a variety. And maybe that practice can be more fair, because we do get flack from vendors saying, it's not fair. So you have people who put in their bid, and you have the scoring here, and we say, no, I didn't have any problems with my contract. I've been servicing you, but you want to open it up. I opened it up. I put in my bid. I was the top scorer, but I still going to go with the third. That just sort of rubs most people the wrong way, and I need to voice this in a discussion so we can have it. So if that's the way you've been doing fine, this is irreparable, not having a problem, you want to change, okay, well, I'm going to play along, I'm going to do this, and 1, 2, not the second, not close, not all in the 90s, but I'm just going to go number 70.
Okay. Mr. Montez, Vice President Montez.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that for specialized services, for specialized contracting, there's different requirements. So the fact that staff went out to bid for this, they didn't even have to do that. They don't have to do that for this type of service.
We requested it, and that's why they did it. That's what the board requested.
But they didn't have to. Yeah. But for other types of contracts and for other types of services, that has to, by law, has to go out on RFQ through an RFP process. That has to, by law. For this type of service, for this type of specialized service, when it comes to this, with the auditing or other specialized type of services, technically the staff don't have to put it out in an RFP process. So the fact that the board asked them to do it, I think it was a good thing. All I'm saying is we already spent time doing the process, and just because the previous auditor, who was here a number of years already, happened to be one of the higher scoring, they're not the ones that staff is recommending. Staff's recommending we go with somebody else. But if we always went by highest ranking or scoring, I think if people always hired or chose the highest ranked or highest scored person, I think a lot of people would get fooled that way.
Okay, a couple of things. To complicate the conundrum we're in, I've seen auditors change firms. So when we change firm, I've seen that auditor from the old firm show up. So changing firms doesn't mean we're going to get a different auditor or team. There's a good possibility of it. Dr. Alvarez, in the future, anything like this, could we see the rubric for the scoring for this? I know we don't have time right now, but
We could work with legal to make sure what we provide you is appropriate, but we can work on that, yes.
yes, because right off the bat, I see if the cost is the same, and I don't think it would be, cost could have been part of it. But for the public to look at this, we're picking somebody that has a C over an A, and, you know, just looking at the score, it's common. Why'd they do that? So I'm asking if anybody knows, why'd we do that?
Just in generic and not specific on this item, but there is a practice, obviously, in most school districts that they didn't necessarily go with the high score. You obviously want to look at the package as a whole. And so even though on a proposal, obviously bids are completely different, you know, least responsive bidder and all those components that are required to follow by law. But when it comes to proposals, school districts are not subject to that. So school districts tend to look at the overall application. You know, there are some, obviously here we use a scoring rubric, but there is no requirement because, like I said, it is a professional service. And once again, sometimes we just tend to look at as a whole, not necessarily just score sometimes as school districts.
Board, do we have more comments?
Yeah, I do believe the rubric may not, you know, sometimes, depending on how many people scored, how many questions were scored, one answer, one immaterial response could really drastically change the scoring. So just because we see a 78.67 versus 92, that could have been one response. And is that a material response or not? And it's my understanding that our staff did not see the things that caused the difference in the scoring to be something that's going to negatively affect this service that's being provided, and they are less expensive than the other ones. And sometimes you do have to shake it up because, you know, when companies get too familiar, they also get very familiar with their pricing and maybe not discount things the way that they can. There's all kind of reasons that we would want a new perspective to at least go through the bidding process. We can't just say, you know, we've been using them, we're going to continue using them.
Well, we should see all the facts then, like the rubric.
I mean, I was a C student.
we-
I was a C student, but I really should have been an A student, but I was a C student.
I was
That's the
too.
wrong question.
And
Numbers.
that answers. No, I'm just saying. Let's go ahead and roll call the
I
vote.
wasn't a C
We do
student.
have staff here available though if we want to ask some questions. We do
I
have.
think I'm ready to vote.
Everybody good?
Want to.
Are we ready to vote, Board?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. So let me read this again. Award a 3-year contract for district financial auditing services to Christie White, Inc. at a cost of, for 2025-2026, $60,000. For 2026-2027, $63,003. For 2027 and for 2028, $66,154, and to be paid from the general fund. At this point, would there be a problem making an amendment to have this only go for 1 year? Okay, I'd like to amend this so it would only be 2025 and 2026 for $60,000 and delete 2026, 2027, and 2027 and 2028. That would give us a chance to review the rubric, check the company out, and
Will the pricing still stand for the 27, 28
Somebody here that can
if
answer
we
that
only
question?
approve 1 year?
The pricing should remain the same, yes.
It should
They
remain the
put it in
same.
per year.
Okay.
The pricing we got is if we
There's no statement about only, it's a multi-year contract deal or anything like that. It was a pricing per year.
okay. There's an amendment on the floor. It'll die if we don't have a second.
Second.
Okay. We are voting on having Christie White, Inc. for 1 year, and that'd be 2025, 2026 at $60,000. And then having this brought back next year with the rubric and further information that we require or request. Okay, Board, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Williams?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, it does pass. Congratulations to Christy Whiting for 1 year. Okay, F2, consideration of renaming Cesar Chavez Dolores Huerta Center for Education. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and this is to consider whether or not to remove and/or rename the Cesar Chavez Dolores Huerta Center for Education, take any preliminary steps based on action taken by the board, and provide direction to staff regarding the next steps in accordance with applicable board policy and district process in alignment with board policy 7310, naming a facility. Board, it'd be nice and simple if we just cut out Cesar Chavez and had it named Dolores Huerta Center for Education.
I agree.
Question.
I have a question too.
It's up for discussion.
Yeah, I
Who
would like.
Hold on, your second.
I just wanted to know, do we ever change the names? I mean, for other than these reasons that are obvious, do we ever change the name of the buildings in after how many years? And is that like standard for us to change a name otherwise?
I don't believe it is, but Dr. Alvarez?
If I may, specifically to the Rialto Unified School District, I don't know if there's a practice of changing names every, decade or whatever it may
MacGyver
be.
may remember better than I
But
do.
before she answers that specifically, a school district can change the name of a school or facility building whenever they want, obviously, but there's usually board policy, board bylaw that outlines the process for naming or renaming a building, a facility, or anything as such.
In my home school district that I went to in Fontana, they renamed Randall Pepper Elementary School. They renamed it after an African American family who was victimized in that community in the 50s, 40s or 50s. They renamed it after that family. And a lot of people had went to that school. It's an old elementary school, like most of our elementary schools. But communities change, times change. And, enough people, the students actually started a petition to rename the school after that family, after learning about the history of the family. And the district and the majority of the people in the community chose to rename that school. And I've seen it happen at other communities too, or people petition to name it other schools. Like, for example, somebody from this district petitioned San Marino City Unified to rename a school after a loved one who had passed, who served over there. And they chose not to do that, but it just depends. But I think
Was Randall a street or a person?
Randall's a street.
Okay.
And, most of the schools in Fontana are named after streets or trees.
Okay.
Trees or streets.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez.
I would like to have some background on the reasoning on the naming of the center, Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. They were great activists and did a lot of change in the world despite issues. But I want to know the history of the reason why they were chosen.
We can tell you, we were here.
I mean,
The community came in and petitioned us to name it after both
so it
Cesar
was
Chavez.
a community request to
Yes.
to be named those
Yes.
two names.
And the history, as I know it, we do not have a history of renaming schools. Dr. Gibbs?
You're correct. But as Dr. Alvarez pointed out, your board policy can allow for change under these circumstances, community input, board input, and then there's a process.
Did we have the community input? I mean, I don't, have we
There
had
was
the
community input when it was initially named.
No, I'm talking about to change. I don't.
Yes.
We
yeah.
did.
To
Can
change,
someone,
yes.
can you step? Thank you. Because this is a part that
I
was.
think if you could be clear on your question, because there may be a misunderstanding on your question.
Please go ahead.
My question is, has it been a community input to remove the name of Cesar Chavez or keep it, or because Just want to, yeah, I just.
Not here, but online.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez. We have not received any emails. We have not received any calls to the communications office, and we have not received any calls to a school that came to us. However, on social media, there were a lot of comments in reference to that. How many people actually live within the Rialto Unified School District? We don't know, because as you know, social media is not what we use to measure all sorts of righteous and factual information. And as far as the Chavez Huerta Center, it used to be the Rialto Middle School. And so when you had asked about who had asked, there was Sarah Garcia, Marcela Ferguson's sister. There were about 67 people to 69 people that came here, and I think that Mr. Montes was around at that time. I know Mr. Martinez, President Martinez was, and so we listened to the community is what we did. So there were 6 names that were given. There is a form, there is a board policy, nothing has been renamed yet, and there has not been an outcry, which doesn't mean anything. The Board of Education, with the support of the superintendent, has the right to make decisions on what buildings are named or not named. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what is the board's,
I think, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to have more history. Like, what was their argument to put these 2 names on there? Like, what was their reasoning? Was it because they were great people? Was it because of the movement? Was it because there was Latino representation? Like, I just, that's what I
I think
want.
you hit all 3 of them right there.
You answered the question.
I answered my own question? Oh.
So can we, is it possible to just survey the community, survey our parents to see what they would continue to want on our building? Also, I'm curious about, is it, and sorry to go fiscal, but is it the same cost to change it to just the Huerta Center versus any other name?
I believe the fiscal impact would just be the process for, removal of the name and then purchasing replacement with the new name of the building. Everything else would be more submitting notice to CDE and everyone else. So just the fiscal impact would be just anything specific that we have to change out physically. That would be the only fiscal impact.
Dr. Lewis?
Sounds nice.
Yes. So I think since it was the community that lobbied for it to be named, I think we should give the community the same courtesy and the same input. This is not something that has to be done right away, and I think we have time to put that survey and get that community feel and see, and that's something that's not going to take too much time, but the people who actually live in the community, not just the parents, but the people who live in the community, especially around the center, and see their thoughts.
Vice President Montes?
A lot of schools are going to be renamed. A lot of schools have already been renamed.
Absolutely.
A lot of streets, a lot of parks, a lot of statues have been taken down. This was never about one person.
Correct.
The movement, the civil rights, the advocacy, the farm workers. It was about a people. It was about rights. It was about it was about farm workers. It was about people being taken advantage of, and people standing up for their civil rights. And since the committee has selected these 2 names, it's unfair if one of the names falls from grace. The other person who was already selected shouldn't have to be erased along with the wrongdoer.
That's not what we're saying.
So I think the best thing to honor Dolores Huerta and other victims, to honor the victims, is to just leave her name and just remove the Sister Chavez name, just leave her name, One, because it was already previously selected of the two, and two, because she's a victim here. And she fought and she fought just as hard as Sister Chavez or anybody else for that movement. So I think the best thing would do is just to strike his name and just leave it under her name.
But once again, we're eliminating the community, and this doesn't take.
Okay, hold on.
It doesn't take that much to get their input.
I hear that the board would like to listen to the community. Would anybody agree with me that we should pull this and take action at a later time after we do check
Yeah.
with the Rialto community?
Right.
So make sure that we ask for address. I'm turning into a pumpkin shortly, sorry. We have to ask for an address because everyone from all over Southern California and the world would probably want to weigh in on this.
President Martinez, I think the recommendation is actually what we just did discuss and to give next steps. So I don't think we have to pull it because it's just to give direction, to discuss it and give direction.
Provided directions to staff regarding the next steps in accordance to the application board. So,
Well, if we're going to vote on it today,
Yeah, I think it'd be better to
we-
pull.
Personally, I think what we're looking for at this point in time, not necessarily an action, if that's what the board decides, but at least direction for myself and my team. What would the board like for us to do next moving forward? If there's no action or no direction for us, like for example, we wouldn't go back and do a survey. Now, if the board is directing us to put a survey together, to survey the community, and you want to focus on our parents, then that's what we would follow. So I just, for the purpose of the agenda item, that's what we're looking for, direction from all of you.
yeah.
92376, 92377. Those zip
yes, and
codes.
somehow we need to make sure that we poll only those within the district boundaries. That's the hard part.
Yes,
Well,
correct.
Well, we got mailers.
We will
Got
work.
mailers, we can
we'll
start
work
with our
on that.
students.
That's the direction from the board.
We
Yeah.
can start with our students
Well-
in Synergy.
Absolutely. Okay, at this point, I am requesting to pull this for further input from the community.
No,
No,
what
no,
he's
we-
saying
we
is
just
we
need
approve
steps.
it
We don't
as
need a
is,
vote.
and they're still gonna follow that direction.
But it's okay if he wants to pull it too. That's another
Well-
option to make it clean. It's
I don't want to short the community on this.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're voting at this point whether to keep Huerta or to give direction to post the community. So I think I call for the vote to post the community as the next step.
He requested to pull.
Could you clarify, Dr. Alvarez, what it would mean if we approve this item?
So it's not necessarily approving the item because there's no recommendation on what to approve. So what we're looking for is if there was a motion to direct staff to do a survey of the community, of the zip codes, and then a motion, second vote, and then that's the direction we would follow to start
And-
that.
and-
Or if you pull the item in direction as well, either way, we're just looking for some clear direction from the board on how to move forward.
And as it reads early on in every agenda, any board member can pull an item, and I'm requesting to pull this. So the,
Well,
our
if we
staff
pull
can
it, then they
check.
can't do the survey.
No, they can't, because we all
Yes.
told them to.
Okay, so I'm requesting to pull it so we can move on to F3.
Second.
Yes, but the board would like to have input to go forward. So please direct staff to check with the community within the district boundaries.
Just for clarification, in order for the staff to do that, we can still approve the item and still do that. The item is not to change anything, it's to give staff direction to begin the surveys and all that. However the board chooses.
That's something else entirely. That's not what this
No,
says.
it's just direction.
He had to
Is the board,
But we didn't vote.
wait a minute, is the board saying that they override my wanting to pull something?
Yes.
I don't. I agree with you.
Oh, well,
If you wanna
we
pull
have
it,
two.
make it
It's
clean.
up to Edgar now.
Yeah, I think we should approve it and just have the staff start on
So-
surveying the community. I mean, that's what the pool was for anyways. We don't need to pull it. That's the direction we can get.
So I would like to make an amendment, or is it an amendment?
A motion.
I would like to, no.
It's not an amendment, because that's the
Okay.
recommendation.
So then I would like to make a motion for us to survey the community on input for the naming of the center for the Cesar Chavez Center. Does that make sense?
No, because that's not what it
I
was.
believe that Robert's Rule of Order would require a vote on actually pulling the item. I believe when the board takes action, even that consent calendar, when board members ask item to be pulled, they're pulling it with, also approving the consent with pulling those items. So in this case, if the item's being requested to be, if there's a motion and a second, I believe there would be need a vote to actually remove it.
Yeah, and then we didn't vote. You guys just said first and second, and nobody
We
voted.
can formalize the poll that we just took, which happened to be
Oh, I see why you want
a
to.
violation, I
Okay,
believe.
I see why you want to.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, and he
I
had
will
asked-
withdraw my original, and,
Pull.
yeah.
Okay. so
Not the
motion's-
poll, that's my second.
Oh, okay.
My first was to rename it, and we were going to vote on that. And per Robert's rules, we should have gone in that direction. But I'm requesting that this just be pulled, and we give the superintendent direction to poll as to what the community would like, to either rename it, keep a name, what they would like on their school building.
Second?
What I'm trying to,
We have
We
a
don't
motion
need-
and a second.
no, I know, but we don't need to pull it to give that direction, is what I'm saying. If we approve the item, we give them the direction to do that. What's the
Okay.
point of pulling it?
Because he
What's
said
the point of pulling it?
he said to pull
If
it.
the purpose to pull it, just because he said, if the purpose to pull it is to survey the community, and we can approve it and still survey the community, then what's the point of pulling it?
What's the pros and cons of pulling versus not?
Whatever term you would like, I don't want to vote on this today because the community does not have input.
Right.
I think we're all in agreement that we want community input.
Okay, so you don't need us to vote on this for you to do anything?
All right, we have a motion and a second to pull this.
I'm sorry, I needed that question.
We have a motion, so this takes
There's no
precedence.
discussion for that one?
Pull it because we could still.
Okay, you have your vote. We all have one vote. We all have one vote. Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
This is for the poll?
This is for the poll.
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez?
Abstain.
Okay. Ms. Williams?
Aye.
Clerk Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. These things don't always work to optimum. And Vice President Montez?
No.
Okay. And myself, aye. Okay, so it is pulled. We have, the direction is within F2 itself. It polled the community to see whether they wish to rename this Dolores Huerta Center for Education or something else exactly, or leave it as is. Those are all
It
options.
can't stay as is. Something has to be done.
Well,
Something has to be done.
That's
You have
why
to
we're
survey.
asking the community. You
just
and
to-
I feel something has to be done.
Can we call up,
I don't want to
We already
override.
took action. We gotta move on.
Yeah.
Point of
Just as
order,
far as
action goes
the
over to
direction,
and discuss any
I
more.
believe it's important that we're clear that in the survey, we shouldn't be asking, do you want this name? Do you want that name? Because the district has a specific board bylaw that outlines the process for renaming a building.
Right.
From my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, the board is looking for a survey of whether or not the community is interested in renaming the building.
Right.
I don't want, I was
like a
trying to,
yes or
I'm trying to
no.
avoid, do you want this name off? Do you want this name on? Do you want a whole nother name? I don't want to convolute a survey of parents.
Just ask if
and
they
yeah,
want
yeah.
the name changed.
Yes, and then.
Yes,
if
it's
the-
a yes or
if the
no
majority
survey.
says yes, we bring that to the board, and then we move forward with our
That's
board
easy.
bylaw
It's a yes or no
7310, I
survey.
They
believe.
require two surveys then,
Yes.
but that's okay. That would be appropriate. Thank you. Okay, thank you,
know we
board.
got funny bunny
We'll get
building.
home tonight yet. Okay, F3, administrative hearings. Motion and second.
So move.
Second?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Williams?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, F4, stipulated expulsions. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second?
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
They didn't come. Aye.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Williams?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Expulsion reinstatement.
So move.
Second?
Thank you. And Dr. Lewis, how do you?
Aye.
Dominguez?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. And here's something we'll all agree on. Adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on April 22nd, 2026 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John R. Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented by the board or to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second?
Okay, vote by board members all at once.
Aye.
Aye. Time is 10:09. Staff, family, tried to get you home by 10 or out by 10.